He gestured at the room behind him. When do you want to release the next batch of studies? Oh, and the monkey video. Dr. Teddy looked at his watch. Oh, I don't know, 10 a.m. Is that too early? Feels right. Wiretap gave 2 decisive taps. Yeah, feels right. Dr. Teddy winked at Abby. Well, Private Winkler, excellent work. If you need anything from me, please inform the general. You got it, Doc. He strolled away without looking up. Dr. Teddy turned back to Abby. As I was saying, I know this is a challenging time, but the next few weeks are going to be critical, not just for our big project, but for your little project. He made a playful little pinching gesture at her belly. You, don't touch me. She must have made a face because his tone shifted. Please, Abby, no more acting out. We're all quite tired of it. No drama with the other girls, no agitating the general's men, and absolutely no running away. Your reckless expeditions distract the militia and upset the mothers, and I won't tolerate it. From this point on, any bad behavior will be met with severe consequences. Am I clear? Don't worry, asshole, I'll be out of your hair very, very soon. I understand, Dr. Teddy, I'm sorry, I think the hormones got to me. She cast her eyes to the floor. No need to apologize, dear, you're doing a big job. He beamed a condescending smile. And soon you'll get to meet our babies. I'm so excited. I'll send you a postcard from New Zealand. She did a little excited dance. If you need anything, please let me know. He squeezed her shoulder and nodded to Kurt that they were finished. Let's go. Kurt gripped her arm and turned her toward the door. She spun away from his grasp. There is one thing. Yes, dear. Could I have access to the labs again? I just love doing research and experiments, and it keeps my mind off. She twirled a finger by her head. You know. He hesitated, then smiled. Of course. I'll have Private Winkler restore your access right away. Thank you, Dr. Teddy, you're the best. She gave her best daddy's girl smile and bounced toward the door. Oh, Kurt, he called. They both turned. Let's put a man on her, just in case she needs something. Abby and Dr. Teddy exchanged fake smiles, and she turned to the door. No, 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 not now. I only need a few hours. 36. We need to leave. It's a death trap. Nick shook his head. Are you crazy? She's right there. Marty pointed down at the plaza from the parking lot roof. Nick thumped the binoculars into Marty's chest. Do you need another look? The place is overrun with scratchers and looters, and people are just waking up once they check the news, read their feed, watch their videos, more will come. Trust me, this doesn't end well. Marty looked at Brian. Come on, pal. Can't you just do your army thing? Sneak in there, grab her, bring her out. Well, sir, I could try and... We don't even know if she's in there, Nick said. Last time you talked to her was when, yesterday. She could have left, or gotten infected, or gotten. Marty glared at Nick. Look, Nick said, if we go in that plaza, in that building, we risk getting trapped. I've spent the last decade training people to get out of a crisis. The last thing we want to do is go in. Sir, Brian said to Marty, where in the building is she located, if I can? Brian, you don't have to do this, Nick said. Actually, yeah, I do, Nick, Brian snapped. I can't just buy another flight or call my favorite CEO. If I lose this contract, I've got nothing. No food, no shelter, no money, no flight, nothing. My family's not starving in that cabin. For us, it's now or never. Exactly. Marty pointed and nodded in support. Let's get you in and out right now so you can get back to your family. Nick threw up his hands. This is a huge mistake. Sorry, Marty, but I'm not dying for your girlfriend. He stormed away, leaned against a wall, and started browsing his phone. Marty shot him a sour look and turned to Brian. Okay, buddy, what's the plan? Well, sir, it looks like there's an alley between CVS and the condos. If I can enter the plaza through there, I should be able to reach the front door with minimal exposure. Marty gave a half-impressed head sway. Yeah, maybe. But then you gotta take Raina back through some dark alley and God knows who or what is waiting in there. He shuddered. I think it'd be better if you use the main entrance on the other side, by the Dunkin', then creep along the perimeter, past the bank, the dry cleaners, and the market basket, and then sneak into the condo building. All the activity is on the other side of the plaza, so you should be fine. Marty gave Brian a big slap on the shoulder and a well-practiced grin. Ready, Chief. Brian returned a hesitant nod and pulled up his mask. I'll be watching the whole time, Marty said. Any trouble, just signal. Yes, sir. As Brian walked toward the stairwell, he took a final look at Nick, who was absorbed in his phone. Brian started down the stairs. Stop, Nick commanded. Brian stopped and looked up. That is the worst, most dangerous, most ill-conceived plan I can possibly think of. Nick pushed off the wall and started stalking toward Brian. Really, Brian? 10 years as an escape pilot, a dozen more as a Navy SEAL, and you're good with that plan. You might as well shoot yourself in the leg and join the Springsteen dance party. Same outcome, way faster. Nick veered toward Marty. First of all, you want to stay as far away from the plaza interior as possible. One touch could be the end. Hell, one wrong breath and you're exposed. If you get confronted down there, you're instantly cornered with limited escape routes. He pointed to the road below them, where a steady trickle of people moved toward the plaza. Plus, you run the risk of getting trapped by a crowd. Nick stopped at Marty and put his hands on his hips. Also, you're assuming the Dunkin', the bank, the dry cleaners, and the market basket are all empty because you can't see any activity from here. Big mistake. It was near freezing last night. I guarantee there are infected squatters inside. He turned to Brian, who was returning from the stairwell. What's your plan when one of them pops out for a high five? Brian opened his mouth to respond, but Nick turned back to Marty and continued. Also, do you need a key to enter the building? Did you think of that? Marty's face sank. Yeah, I thought so. When you're surrounded by scratchers and looters and the door won't open, what's your plan then? Shoot out the glass. Brian gave a confident nod. Exactly. And then what happens? Nick crossed his arms. Brian and Marty looked at each other and shrugged. Everyone thinks you found penicillin. Even if you manage to get inside before they surround you, you just choked off your one way out. Brian raised a finger. Yeah, but... Nick raised a hand. Those are just the problems I can see from here, and we've got huge gaps in visibility. What can't we see? How many sick? How many looters? How many guns? He glared from Brian to Marty and back like a father scolding his sons. Under no circumstances should you set foot inside that plaza. They waited to make sure he was done. Okay, so what do you suggest? Marty asked. Nick pointed to the condos. Go wide around the plaza and approach the back of the building from Stanford Street. There's a walking path that ends there, which means the building has a rear entrance. Even if it doesn't, there has to be a staff door or a maintenance dock of some kind. If it's open, great. If not, break in quietly out of sight. Go upstairs, grab Raina, and exit out the back. Never enter the plaza. Never make a peep, in and out. A big satisfied grin spread across Marty's face. There's my posh prepper, see, Nick. Live support ain't so bad after all. He nodded at Brian. Do it his way. Yeah, well, nothing ever goes according to plan. Nick looked at Brian. I'm coming with. Marty nodded in stern agreement. Absolutely, yes, good idea. Better to have backup just in case. Nick glared. Oh, you're coming too. Nick's plan worked perfectly. Someone had propped open the rear door with a magazine, and they crept inside undetected and made their way to the third floor, Unit 303. Marty knocked on the door. Paws skittered across the floor inside, and a little dog yapped. Marty squatted and whispered, "Marty, S-H-H-H-H. Marty, it's me. Quiet." Nick and Brian looked at each other, then down at Marty. Yes, she named the dog Marty Jr. Get over it. The dog barked for another 20 seconds as Marty tried to talk him down. Nick and Brian scanned the hallway. She must have left, Nick said. Let's go. Marty shook his head. Where would she go? And she'd never leave the dog. He leaned into the door. Raina, it's Marty. Open the door. The dog snarled and bumped the door. Let's go. Shouldn't we at least look inside? Brian asked. Confirm either way. We have no idea what's in there, Nick said. And every second we spend here is added risk. Marty, I'm sorry, but we need to go. Marty opened his mouth to protest, but the dog went silent. The door's deadbolt clicked back. Get back. Nick stepped away. Everyone back 10 feet. Nick pressed his back against the wall and watched the door. Brian posted on the other side of the door, his pistol half raised. Marty hid behind him. The door creaked open. A woman peeked out, the bottom half of her face covered by a stack of coffee filters tied with a red necktie. A pair of pink dishwashing gloves reached out and gripped the door frame. Raina, Marty peeked around Brian and cocked his head. Marty, she said in an Eastern European accent. It's me, baby. I'm here to get you out. These men are soldiers who work for me. Follow their instructions, okay? Nick stepped off the wall. Raina, my name is Nick. I'm going to ask you a few questions. When was the last time you left the apartment? 1 week. Dinner with Marty at Astra. Are you feeling sick? No. Has anyone visited that was sick? No. When was the last time you saw another person? 1 week. Dinner with Marty at Astra. Nick looked at Marty and nodded. Okay, baby, we're coming in. Marty led them inside and closed the door. It was dark, with the only light coming from a flickering TV in the next room. Nick peeked around the corner and saw the curtains were all drawn and duct-taped shut. The TV was muted with subtitles, streaming a news station with a split-screen view of a celebrity doctor opposite cell phone footage of infected children dancing in the street. Marty flicked on a light in the entryway and Raina winced as her eyes adjusted. She was wearing a blue sequined cocktail dress and high heels, which paired strangely with the dishwashing gloves, coffee filter mask, and scowling rat dog under her arm. Nick pulled off his mask. Raina, you can take off your mask and gloves. We brought you fresh ones. He handed them to her and she looked at Marty. It's okay, Marty said. You can take them off. She placed the dog on the floor and began removing her mask and gloves. Marty Jr. scampered to Nick's feet and growled. She was stunning with full lips, rosy cheeks, and big innocent eyes. She'd clearly had some plastic surgery done which looked strange on someone so young and naturally beautiful. Jesus, Marty, she's barely 21. I'm ready to go, Marty, she said. Packed just like you said. Nick squinted down at a 6-piece luggage set, the bags overstuffed and lined up perfectly from smallest to largest. Great job, baby. The pilot will take it. She turned to Nick. Do you have any pen? The doctors say it's the cure. Nick was about to answer when he noticed her hand. She was counting, gently tapping each finger to her thumb in a repeating pattern. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. These last few days must have been hell. Marty saw Nick's gaze and batted at Raina's hand. Stop. Remember what Dr. Pasternak said. Do you have any penicillin? She asked. No, Nick looked up. It doesn't work anyways. She squinted at him like he was a liar. Marty Jr. started barking. Okay. Nick took a deep breath and waved over the luggage. None of this is coming. We can't carry it back to the harbor, and even if we could, it won't fit on the plane without displacing seats. Now hold on, Marty said. You told me you could bring luggage. I'll save the family china, your rock collection, the kids' hamster. That was your pitch, Nick. The dog nipped at Nick's pants. First of all, shut the dog up, Nick said. Now, before someone comes to check on it. Raina dropped her fresh mask and gloves on the floor and scooped up Marty Jr. Second of all, property preservation requires pre-planning. It's too late for that now. And third, we agreed to rescue Raina in exchange for your other 2 seats. That was the deal. So the bags stay, or Brian and I walk. No one else will bring her out, you know that, and you may not get another chance. So the 4 of us walk out together, right now, and head to New Zealand, or none of us go. He glared at Marty. Okay, Nick, Marty threw up his hands. You're the planner. Marty Jr. is coming, Raina said in a hurt tone. Fine, Nick said, but you carry him and he has to stay quiet. She kissed the dog and nodded. Do you have shoes you can run in? Nick pointed to her high heels. Can you run in that dress? She unzipped a bag of shoes and pulled out a pair of white sneakers. Dress is good. Okay, Nick moved to the door. Here's the plan. We go out the door, left down the hall, down the stairs, through the lobby, out the back door, and onto Stannyford, just like we came in. From there, it's 10 minutes to the boat and we're home free. Ready. Wait, we should get penicillin from CVS, Raina said. They open in 42 minutes. Nick scoffed. We're not waiting 42 minutes. Plus, they're already open and sold out. What you mean? The store is being looted. Even if there were any penicillin left, we can't go in there, it's too dangerous. Plus, penicillin is a TDC, it's a hoax, not real. No, she wagged a finger at Nick. Not a hoax, real. Dr. Gold said on news to take it, works for dogs too. She gave Marty Jr. a little head scratch and he beamed a death stare at Nick. The virus doesn't spread to animals, we know that. And penicillin, it doesn't, Nick huffed. Look, we don't have time for this. The situation outside is a ticking time bomb. The good news is I have plenty of penicillin back at the cabin. You and Marty Jr. can take it as soon as we get there. But we need to go now. Her eyes brightened and she nodded. Okay, put your sneakers on. Everybody, mask and gloves on, remember. There was a loud crash outside the TV room window, then a screech and yelling. Stay here. Nick strode to the window and peeled back a tiny corner of the curtain. 3 Army National Guard Humvees had smashed through the entrance gate and skidded to a stop in the middle of the parking lot. Soldiers in N95 masks and black medical gloves poured out, pointing and shouting, automatic weapons raised. They formed 2 units. One advanced on CVS, and the other moved on the clinic. The giant homeless man from the alley hopped down from the shattered CVS window, a pill bottle in his hamburger hand. He grinned from ear to ear and strolled toward the soldiers. All guns aimed at him. Hands up, get on the ground. He opened the pill bottle and continued his leisurely advance. They backed up in a chorus of frantic shouts. Stop right there. On the ground now. Down, down, down. He swallowed a handful of pills, laughed, and tossed the bottle at them. Everyone opened fire, sending him reeling backward through the CVS window. M4 carbine, Brian whispered from the entryway, down on one knee, pistol drawn. Nick extended his arm in a hold signal. We need to. Wild pistol shots cracked from a ground-level condo at the other end of the building. echoing across the plaza. A nearby soldier crumpled to the ground. All the soldiers in the plaza raced to the condo and opened fire. 3 more Humvees tore in and spilled soldiers. A commander with flushed cheeks and bulging veins leapt out and strode up behind the firing line, waving his hand and screaming in a hoarse voice. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" he pointed. "Clear that building, now." Nick squinted. It was the co from the roadblock Captain Kravich. Soldiers streamed into the lobby below. "Shit!" Nick scrambled back to the entryway and whispered, "Listen to me, there are soldiers downstairs. We need to get out of this building and away from the plaza right now, or get infected, arrested, or shot, which all end the same way." He pulled Brian up from kneeling. "In the next 30 seconds, we're going to come up with 3 escape plans. Choose the best one and go. If you have an idea, shout it out." Break the window." Marty pointed into the TV room. "Lower down with a rope or bed sheets." Nick gave him an impatient look. "No rope, no time to tie sheets. Even if we could lower 4 people and a dog down 3 floors, we'd be easily visible, and we'd land right in the parking lot. What else?" "Hide out and wait for them to leave," Brian said. "They won't occupy the building, they'll clear it and move on." Nick swayed his head as he considered. Could work, but hiding 4 people is tough. There's a risk they leave a post here or set up a command center or lock down the entire plaza. And time isn't on our side. If we miss the flight tonight, we're screwed. Better to get out now while we still can. A thud resonated directly below them, then shouting. "Oh my God, they're breaking down doors," Marty said. "Enough brainstorming. You're the planner, Nick. What do we do?" Nick took a deep breath. "Down is no longer an option, so we go up to the roof. There are 3 ways off a roof. Up via aircraft, not gonna happen. Over to a neighboring roof maybe, but high risk. Or down via fire escape. That's our move." "I watch stars on roof," Raina whispered. "No fire escape." "There's a fire escape." Nick nodded confidently. "How can you be sure?" Marty asked. "There has to be. State building code requires it. Plus, I saw it when we scouted the plaza. It lowers down the side of the building into the alley between here and CVS." "How do we know it works?" Brian asked. "They're inspected every 5 years. On a building this new, it works." Nick panned across the group. "Ready?" He moved to the door. "I want to stay." Raina clutched Marty Jr. and backed toward the TV room. She pointed at Brian. "His plan is better. We hide here. It's safe, no virus." "It's not safe here," Nick said. "It just feels safe because it's familiar." "Are you sure they're coming up?" Marty said. Nick stared at Marty. "Trust me, they're coming up." "Well, can't we just explain that we're not sick? That we're leaving?" Nick opened his mouth to respond when shouting erupted in the unit below, followed by automatic gunfire and shattering glass. Nick raised his eyebrows at Marty. "We need to go in the next 30 seconds, or Plan A is off the table." He looked at Brian. "Move and confirm. If the conditions change, if we get new info, we'll adapt on the fly. Gloves on, mask on." He strode to Raina, who had backed into the hallway bathroom and shut the door halfway. Raina, listen to me. We're leaving now. If you come with us, we'll take you and Marty Jr. to a safe place far away from here where we have plenty of penicillin. Or you can stay here all alone and hope the infected soldiers don't find you." Her eyes went wide and she threw open the door. "Okay, I come." She brushed past Nick toward the TV room. "I need to turn off TV." Nick grabbed her arm and guided her to the entryway. "Leave the TV. Give Marty the dog. Here, step into your sneakers. Good. Now hold your mask and gloves. We'll put them on when we reach the roof." She stuffed the mask and gloves down the top of her cocktail dress and tried to lift 3 pieces of luggage at once. Nick gently squeezed her hands. "Raina, we're leaving the bags. Follow Brian outside now. He'll make sure it's safe." Brian stepped out and cleared the hallway. Nick ushered Raina out behind him. "The hell is wrong with her?" Marty whispered to Nick. "Nothing. It's too much to process. She's cognitively and emotionally overwhelmed. Happens to most people. Let's go." He pushed Marty out. Nick quietly shut the door behind him and pointed toward the stairwell. "Me and Raina lead, then Marty, then Brian in the rear. Hide your pistol." "Why I in front?" Raina said as Nick took her arm. "Because they won't fire on a woman, especially one dressed like you." They crept down the hallway to the stairwell. Nick eased the door open, listened, then stepped inside. He held the door for everyone, then closed it softly. He started up the stairs and beckoned with a shhh gesture. A door below them screeched open and clanged against the brick wall. "Lombardi, Romero, Hunt, you guys come with me." A soldier's gruff voice echoed up the stairs. "What? No, just leave it. Cleanup crew will come through after." "What?" Nick winced and rushed up the stairs, pulling Raina with him. They reached the top floor and eased the roof door open. The bright morning sun reflected off the all-white roof, temporarily blinding him. "This way." Nick pulled Raina toward the side of the building. "Put on your mask and gloves." Gunshots erupted in the plaza below, a heated exchange of disciplined automatic fire and crazed single shots. "Keep your head down," Nick whispered as they reached the shiny fire escape. One by one, they climbed down the ladder and dropped into the alley. "We're almost there." Nick took Raina's hand and put it in Marty's hand, then gestured for everyone to follow him down the alley. They crept away from the yelling and shooting inside the plaza, toward the quiet of Staniford Street. Nick squatted behind a dumpster at the end of the alley and nodded back at Brian. "We're home free." He started forward. A Humvee screeched to a stop 10 yards away. Soldiers jumped out. They positioned behind the Humvee, their backs to Nick, and aimed out onto the road. An army supply truck rolled up. Soldiers leapt out and started unloading wooden crowd control barriers. Nick watched as 2 more trucks and a half-dozen Humvees rolled in. "No, no, no, they're securing the plaza. They're going to seal us in." He waved for everyone to fall back. Keeping low, he rushed halfway back down the alley to a side staff entrance to CVS. The steel door was ajar, jammed with empty cardboard boxes. Nick eased it open and peeked inside. To the right, the pharmacy in back was wrecked. Smashed shelves, scattered bottles, bullet-riddled walls, dead pharmacists. To the left, looters crawled the aisles and huddled behind displays, exchanging gunfire through the blown-out front window. Nick backed out and turned to the group. "We're not getting out that way." He looked toward the plaza parking lot as 2 more Humvees and a Humvee ambulance skidded to a stop 10 yards from the alley. Soldiers spilled into the fray. They were trapped. Nick squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed his temples. "Come on, Nick, wake up." Marty tugged his shirt. "What do we do?" "What's the play here, Nick?" Brian said. Nick took a deep breath and started to run through the options. "Both ends of the alley are blocked. CVS is a firefight. We could go back to the roof, try and—" Marty Jr.'s shrill bark pierced Nick's focus. His eyes shot open. "Shut that goddamn dog up." Marty and Brian were staring into the plaza in disbelief. Raina was crawling on all 4s into the parking lot, her blue sequin dress sparkling in the morning light. "Oh my God!" Nick scrambled to the end of the alley. Brian and Marty followed. They called her back as firmly as they could while keeping a whisper. She kept crawling, eyes locked on the Humvee ambulance just ahead. Somehow she reached it without being spotted and crawled up the open back, disappearing inside. The dog shot out of Marty's grasp and raced to the ambulance, leaping and yapping at the back. "What the hell is she doing?" Marty said. Raina appeared in the back of the ambulance and held up a gallon-sized pill bottle. She pulled down her mask, revealing a big smile, and popped 2 pills in her mouth, then scooped up Marty Jr. and pushed a pill down his throat. She closed her eyes and a blissful calm swept across her face. "Come back," Nick whispered as he looked both ways. "Come now, you can make it." She scooted to the end of the ambulance, dog in one hand, bottle in the other. As her feet touched the ground, the front window of the dry cleaners blew out, and a gang of 20 infected vagrants spilled toward her like a horde of hungry zombies. Terror filled her eyes, and she scrambled back into the ambulance. Marty grabbed Brian's jacket. "Go get her, and bring back the pills." He started pushing Brian toward the plaza. "Do your job, that's an order." "Do not go in there." Nick yanked Marty's hand off Brian. "She can still make it back." He turned to the plaza. "Raina, run back, come right now." She shook her head and clutched the pill bottle, frozen in fear. As the infected horde closed in, soldiers repositioned to protect their ambulance. They opened fire on the vagrants, sending them scrambling. "Raina," Nick beckoned between gunfire. "Leave the pills and—" Marty rushed past him into the plaza. "Marty, no." Nick grabbed and missed. Marty leapt into the ambulance, pulled down his mask, and popped 2 pills. He grabbed Raina's hand and they stepped out. A gang of looters inside the clinic opened fire on the soldiers' flank, drawing them away from the ambulance. The dry cleaner vagrants re-emerged and rushed the ambulance. Marty and Raina scrambled back up and pulled the doors shut. 2 old vagrants with wild eyes and oozing hands ripped the doors open and climbed inside. The open bottle came tumbling through the air and landed on the asphalt, spraying pills everywhere. The vagrants descended like chickens attacking fresh feed. Nick pulled himself away from the scene. It was time to make a hard choice, before there were no choices left. He scanned his surroundings in silent slow motion. In the plaza, soldiers mowed down the sick. Looters fired recklessly, some trying to get in, others trying to get out. On Staniford Street, outnumbered soldiers tried to disperse a gathering crowd. In the ambulance, Marty and Raina, blood-smudged and frantic, waved for help. By his side, Brian squatted like a sprinter on starting blocks, gripping his pistol, picking his moment to charge into the fray. And then it hit, burning gas and melting rubber. Nick closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The plaza interior is a death trap. If we can find a way through the perimeter, we'll be free in 60 seconds. But how? Bluff our way out, as National Guard soldiers. Too complex, too risky. As looters or infected, that's a sure way to get shot. As law-abiding citizens trapped inside, might work. Also might get us shot. Sneak past the perimeter undetected. That's the only way. But we have to move fast. In 30 minutes they'll have this place locked down. So how do we sneak out right now, past 50 yards of soldiers and scratchers and looters without being seen? An idea clicked into place. Nick's eyes shot open. Brian was advancing into the plaza. Nick grabbed his jacket and pulled back hard. "One more step, and you'll never see your family again." Brian turned with shock. "I can get us out," Nick said, "but you have to trust me, and we have to move now." Brian turned back to the ambulance. "I'm going in." Nick grabbed his jacket. "We need to leave them, they're exposed. If you go in there, you can't go back to your family, you can't go to New Zealand." Brian swiveled and got in Nick's face. "This is the mission, Nick. You don't choose the mission, you get it done. If I don't go in there, I lose my payday, I lose my flight, I lose my honor." Nick stared back. "Brian, if you go in there, you're going to lose a lot more than that. Who's going to take care of your family when you're gone? Not the company, not the government, me. Herman, TJ, they need you." Brian turned back, white-knuckling his pistol. You're a warrior. Nick put a hand on his shoulder. Your honor, your loyalty, they're beyond question. But these people, they will get you killed and they won't even notice. Trust me, I know. How about loyalty to your family? How about loyalty to the people who deserve it most? Brian spun around, his face tortured. Get us out of here. Nick ran Brian through the plan in 20 seconds. Brian looked skeptical. Just follow me. Nick rushed back down the alley to the side door of CVS and peeked inside. Soldiers had taken out most of the looters, but a half-dozen holdouts still snuck through the aisles, firing bursts into the plaza. Stay low. Nick crawled inside toward the destroyed pharmacy, Brian right behind. They got behind the pharmacy counter, and Nick pulled a cardboard box off a shelf. Fill it with pill bottles, he whispered, and snatched a bottle off the floor. Like this, small or medium size, amber plastic bottle, white top. They scrambled around the pharmacy on all fours, wincing at every gunshot until the box was filled. Nick gave a satisfied nod. Let's go. They crawled back to the side door, Brian leading the way, Nick pushing the box across the floor. As Nick reached the door, his eyes fell on a dead pharmacist sitting in a nearby aisle. He crept over, pulled off the man's white coat and placed it in the box. He glanced up at the shelves and spotted stethoscopes on sale. He placed one in the box. Nick crawled back into the alley and squatted next to Brian. We won't have much time, so be ready to run. Is this gonna work? Nick wavered. It's the best chance we've got, so just be ready. He started up the fire escape to the CVS roof. The ladder was old and rusted, and he was unsteady with the box hanging from one hand. He crept across the roof to the far corner, peeked over the wall, and surveyed the exterior of the plaza. The army had set up a wide perimeter around the entire plaza, a ring of wooden barricades with Humvees and soldiers positioned inside. People were gathering at the barricades, some sick, some healthy, some armed. Soldiers were ordering them to disperse. Directly off Nick's corner of the roof, a restless crowd of 50 scratchers paced and swayed at the barricade like caged animals. Nick sat with his back against the wall, removed his mask, and stuffed it in his pocket. He pulled on the white pharmacy coat and draped the stethoscope around his neck. All right, here we go. He took a deep breath. Nick popped up facing the perimeter and waved his hands. The scratchers pointed and smiled and waved back. He lifted the box above his head and yelled as loud as he could. The last penicillin, save yourself. He poured the box over the side. A waterfall of pill bottles clattered on the concrete below, spraying pills and rolling around the sidewalk. There was a strange, silent pause that felt like an eternity. The sick and the soldiers stared up in confusion. Nick held his breath and waited for the reaction. A bone-thin woman in a tank top leapt over the barricade and sprinted for the pills. Two men followed, and the rest flipped the barricade and flooded in. Nick turned and sprinted across the roof in a low run. Gunfire erupted below, and the corner of the roof disintegrated. He raced down the fire escape, dropped into the alley, pulled off his coat and stethoscope, and secured his mask. Brian, he whispered and scanned the alley. Brian. Brian was gone. Got him it. Nick ran to the Staniford end of the alley and squatted behind the dumpster. Soldiers sprinted past. A burst of undisciplined gunfire rang out and was answered by a roar of automatic fire. Secure that breach, now, more soldiers streaked past. Nick crawled to the end of the alley and peeked both ways. Everyone was focused on the breach. The barrier was 50 yards away. The path was clear. This was it. Nick sprinted from the alley and ducked behind an empty Humvee. He positioned to run for the barricade, but a pack of armed looters rushed up and flipped it. Soldiers engaged, driving them back. Now he'd have to move up the line of Humvees until he found another stretch of open barricade. Nick eyed the next Humvee up the line, all clear. He scrambled and crouched behind it. He checked the next Humvee, all clear. He sprinted ahead. A huge green blur blindsided him, sending him crashing into the Humvee. Nick got to his hands and knees, shook away the stars, and stood up. Two enormous soldiers grabbed him and threw him back against the Humvee. He slid to the ground, hands raised. "This is the guy, sir. He threw the pills. I saw it." Captain Kravich marched up between the soldiers and sized up Nick. "You a real doctor?" Kravich didn't recognize him. Thank God they were all wearing masks. Nick cowered and disguised his voice. "I'm a doctor, just trying to help, sir." Kravich squinted. "Take off your mask." "I can't, I'm sick." The soldiers took a big step back. Kravich drew his sidearm. "Take off your mask, or I'll put you out of your misery." Nick held his breath and quickly pulled down and replaced his mask. Kravich's eyes went wide. "You. Now hold on." Kravich raised his pistol and stepped forward. "I got chewed out by the governor in front of my entire company. I've been a soldier for 26 years, and that was the most fucked up, humiliating, ass-backwards moment of my entire career." "I'm sorry." Nick raised his hands. "I didn't think Ray would." "Yeah, well, he did, asshole." Kravich cocked the pistol. "Sir?" One of the soldiers looked around nervously. "What?" Kravich said. "He's sick and he interfered with a state of emergency twice. You know the orders." Kravich looked both ways and steadied his aim. "Welcome to the losing end." Nick winced and waited for the shot. A blur rammed Kravich from behind, sending him tumbling headfirst into the Humvee. Brian grabbed a stunned soldier by the lapels and body slammed him into unconsciousness. The other soldier charged, and Brian booted him square in the chest, crumpling him into a wheezing ball. Nick gazed up at the mighty warrior. Brian extended a hand. "Come on." They scrambled to the next Humvee. More soldiers sprinted past. Brian squeezed Nick's shoulder. "Wait, wait, go." They rushed behind the next Humvee and eyed an open stretch of barricade. "This is it. Here we go." Brian positioned for a sprint. Two soldiers jogged over and took up guard at the barricade. "Shit," Nick whispered. He looked at Brian and they both nodded, each man intuitively knowing the plan. Brian crept away and Nick stood up, hands held high, and walked toward the soldiers. "Captain Kravich," Nick yelled. They spun and raised their weapons. "Captain Kravich, he's down right back there." Nick pointed. "He needs help. He said to get you." They looked at each other. Brian stepped out from behind a supply truck, pistol leveled at the side of their heads. "Guns down, boys. Nice and easy." They placed their guns on the ground and raised their hands. Nick and Brian ducked under the barricade and started backing down the street, away from the plaza. "Close your eyes and count to 30, boys." Brian locked his gun on them as he backed away. "Open them early, and I'll be standing there. I promise." Nick and Brian turned and sprinted toward the harbor. They reversed away from the dock into the misty Charles River. Nick stripped off his gloves and mask and took a deep breath of crisp, clean ocean air. Brian shifted into drive and did the same. They cruised toward the open ocean, gazing back at the city. Gunfire crackled in the distance. Columns of smoke snaked into the sky. Army helicopters converged from all sides. "Well, I hope you've got a good plan," Brian said, "because we're all in now." 37. "Sure you don't want me to drive? Grab an hour of sleep," Nick said as Brian started the Ark in the yacht club parking lot. Nick had slept an hour on the boat ride back and was feeling refreshed. Brian looked tired and worn. "Nah, I'm good. Sleep deprivation is part of the job. Honestly, I don't even feel it anymore. Plus, I can't sleep until we've got a plan." They pulled onto the main road and headed for the highway. Brian sighed. All right, should we do it? Call the operator. Get it over with. We're not gonna call. Wait, what? If we call, they'll either terminate your contract or assign a new client. Bad outcome either way. As for me, well, I'm never getting off that list. We're on our own. No client, no plane, no food, no shelter, no money. Brian scoffed. Goddamn right we're on our own. Well, I've got an idea. It's risky, but if we can pull it off, it solves all our problems. Oh God, I'm already afraid. Brian took the highway on-ramp and accelerated. Well, I'm listening. Nick took a deep breath. Okay, we need a mid-size plane for 7 to 9 passengers, right? The likelihood of finding one lying around here is low. Sure, we might be able to secure something out of state, but with roads and railways closed, we couldn't reach it. Memo. Now, what if we took a boat to New Zealand? If we left from the west coast, say Los Angeles, it's a 20-day trip to Queenstown. But we have the same problem. How do we drive cross-country when we can't even cross the Massachusetts border? There are plenty of boats here, but it would take weeks to sail from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Under normal circumstances, we could use the Panama Canal, but who knows whether it's still open. The Magellan route around South America is way too far. The Northwest Passage is impossible. Never mind the fact we don't have enough supplies to last 3 days. Never mind 3 to 6 weeks. All I'm hearing are dead ends. That's exactly my point. It has to be a local plane. That's the only way to avoid high-risk travel and get there fast enough to outlast our supplies. And the thing is, we already have the perfect plane, fueled and ready to leave in 5 hours. So our highest probability path is to take our current flight. Am I missing something? Or didn't we just ditch our boarding pass in Zombieland? Right, that's the catch. We need the client to fly, so we bluff. Bluff. Hear me out. Marty's the client, and airport security won't let us board without him. But they don't know what he looks like. So what if we sub in TJ instead? Yeah, but security has to ID the client. They do it for all my flights. Right, no one can board until the client validates with their passcode and photo ID. And that's the bluff. We dress TJ up like he's an injured Marty, unconscious, bloody, face all bandaged up. He can't give the passcode. And I'm sure there's a license or passport somewhere in Marty's bags. So I play the planner and flash his ID. You play the pilot and say he was injured by looters. Dana plays the private doctor and rushes him through. Brian looked skeptical as he passed a station wagon with a mountain of bags strapped to the roof. Look, I'm not saying it's a great plan, Nick said. I mean, 50-50 chance it works. But those are far better odds than anything else. If we get caught, we don't get arrested or shot. They just kick us out and report us to the company. No worse off than we are now. So what have we got to lose? And what if the real Marty calls the operator before we arrive? It's a risk, Nick nodded. But assuming he's still alive and not in an army detention center, he's stuck in Boston without working phone lines. I'm betting he can't call. Brian chewed on the plan for a long moment. Well, assuming the bluff works, and we make it to New Zealand, then what? Once we reach New Zealand, it's smooth sailing. We fly into a private airport, hop in a luxury caravan, and take a scenic 30-minute drive to Lake Wantabo. Swipe my key at the gate, punch the code, and enjoy the summer. So my family, we can still stay there, even though I lost our flight. Nick looked at Brian. I meant what I said. You can stay as long as you like. Brian gave a humble, grateful nod. He looked relieved but also defeated. "Brian, this is going to work. We can make it work." Brian forced a smile. "Yeah, no, I'm sure you're right, we'll make it work." He changed lanes to make way for a speeding RV with dealer plates and a tarp across the back window. Nick shifted in his seat so he could look at Brian. "You did the right thing back there, leaving them behind. You gotta put yourself first." Brian gave a weary chuckle. The old me, the hell frog, he'd kick my ass. He patted the "No Man Left Behind" tattoo above his heart. But who knows, maybe he was a fool. Sounds like he was a warrior. The Captain Cairo mission, that made a real difference, saved a lot of lives. Yeah, maybe. You know, I used to believe in the mission. We thought we were saving the world from the bad guys. And if we did a good job, and we did a damn good job, we'd be taken care of back home. But it was a lie: no job, no money, busted knee, bad sleep, shitty health care. What was I supposed to do? So I became an escape pilot. Yeah, I needed the money, but it was more than that. It gave me a purpose, a mission. It made me feel like a hell frog again. And I told myself, if you're loyal to the company, if you do a good job, they'll take care of you and your family. I started strong, but the missions, the clients, they kept getting harder, riskier, meaner, and I just felt too old, too slow. He shrugged and ran a hand over his hair. "I don't know, man, maybe it's me. Maybe I just lost heart." "It's not you," Nick said. "At the end of the contract, they put you on the hardest missions and clients, hoping you'll fail so they won't have to pay you out." Brian chuckled and shook his head. "God damn. Yeah, it's a con, all of it. The military, the company, the clients, it's all one big empty promise." Brian shifted in his seat, agitated. "Yeah, well, shit, now I see that. A day late and $1 short. I put my family through this miserable life for 10 years. Shitty pay, shitty healthcare, no benefits, tied to a phone, deployed with no notice, and for what? What good came of that, Nick? I spent 10 years rescuing rich assholes, and when the shit hit the fan, they dumped us in a rotting cabin. Broke, scared, hungry, praying for a payday that was never gonna come." Nick nodded and looked at his feet, feeling guilty for his part. "You know, when you have kids, you try to look strong, powerful, so they always feel safe, so they stay happy and innocent as long as possible and don't worry about all this shit. Do you know what it's like to watch your little girl work 2 jobs to put food on your table, or spend her weekends sorting overdue bills, or grocery shop because you can't leave the house for an hour?" He shook his head. "It's a disgrace, Nick." Brian stared ahead, his jaw tight. Then he took a deep breath and his face softened into a nostalgic daze. "You know, when she was a little girl, Zoe had this bring your dad to school day. She introduced me to the class and told them, completely serious, that I was Superman." He grinned. "Well, apparently that caused quite a stir around the first grade. So the next day, Miss Crumley, God, she was there when I was a kid, well, she sat the class down, all serious, and explained how Superman is a comic book character. He's not real, and Zoe's dad is not Superman. The other kids teased Zoe, but she stuck to her guns, wouldn't back down. Well, a week later, she made me dress up as Superman for Halloween, and her teacher lived one road over. We knock on the door, and I hear the old lady wailing inside." Brian fought back a smile. "So I rush inside, and the house is filled with smoke, and Krusty Krumley's there on the kitchen floor, crying and coughing and throwing a fit." He started to crack up. "She'd fallen asleep, and her Halloween muffins caught fire. She says she's too dizzy to walk, so I carry her out, and there, standing on the sidewalk, is half her first grade class, eyes wide, mouths open, watching in total disbelief as Superman carries Ms. Crumley out of a burning building." Brian slapped his knee and laughed. Zoe was standing right in front, arms crossed, proud as can be. The stare she gave old lady Crumley, man, Nick, if a 6-year-old could say "told you so, bitch." with a look, well, she did it. Brian belly laughed so hard his eyes teared up. Nick laughed too, not so much at the story, but at watching Brian. Oh man. Brian's laugh faded to a nostalgic smile. Sweet girl, I think she really believed it, you know. I'm glad she got her moment. He dabbed an eye and his smile faded. They grow up so fast, Nick. And now, well, now all she sees is a broken old soldier who can't protect his family. No way, Nick shook his head. The way she looks at you, she still sees a warrior, believe me. Maybe it's a different battle, but she sees you fighting. Brian shook his head. Nah, the warrior's gone, Nick. I left him in Egypt. And whatever was left died a slow, painful death over the last decade. What kind of warrior abandons his client in battle, bails on a mission to save himself, bluffs his fellow soldiers, steals a plane from his employer? We had a name for that guy, and it sure as hell was warrior. Nick gazed out the window. Yeah, well, I guess I look at it differently. Oh yeah, how's that? Nick turned to Brian. They've been running you since the day you were born, but now, for the first time, you're fighting back. 38. Abby rotated her DNA double helix on the electron microscope's big screen. No matter how many times she did the DNA self-analysis experiment, she always got a thrill from studying her own genes close up. She peeked over the top of the monitor and spied on Old Glory in the corner. He was hunched on a lab stool reading a thick biography of Robert E. Lee. Thank God Kurt assigned him instead of heavy-breathing Ron or creepy Blitzkrieg. Even though Old Glory was the least bad option, he was still an annoyance, an offensive pest in her beloved lab. Every time he read something interesting, he gave a little grunt, breaking her concentration. And every time he flipped a page, his cluster of unearned medals clinked. At least his farting was far away. You done yet? He called without looking up. I'm getting hungry. Almost done, Lieutenant Dobbins, Abby said in a sing-song voice. Just cleaning up. Let's do this. She moved to the back sink and placed a glass beaker by the drain. First, she poured a base of 300 ml of water, then added her adhesive agent, 100 ml of petroleum jelly, a splash of alcohol for solubility, and finally her contamination agent, 200 ml of pure sodium hypochlorite aka bleach. She mixed her proprietary concoction with a glass stirring rod, and it swirled into its final form, bleach jelly. She glanced back at Old Glory. A grunt, then clinking metals, all clear. Using a pair of stainless steel tongs, she submerged a fresh sponge in the beaker, soaking up the thick liquid. She raised the sponge and drained the excess back into the beaker, the viscous stream reminding her of Elmer's glue, except yellow and toxic. When the stream stopped, she lowered the sponge into a plastic Ziploc bag, sealed it, and slipped it into her sweatpants pocket. She turned and chirped, "Lunchtime." Abby stood in the middle of the crowded cafeteria holding a tray of scrambled eggs, surveying the scene. In the back, 2 tables of medical staff watched an animated Dr. Teddy deliver a grand story. In the front, 10 tables of matchstick militia soldiers chowed and hollered like frat boys. In the middle, the mothers of mankind dined and giggled. I'm going to eat. Old Glory appeared next to her, salivating over a ham and cheese sandwich. Come get me when you're done. He walked off. Abby made her way to an empty table in the mother's section and put down her tray. All right, this is it. Now or never. She strode to the ice cream sundae bar, grabbed a bowl and stared down at 3 big tubs of local, grass-fed, organic ice cream. Vanilla, chocolate, strawberry. Perfect. She slipped a hand in her pocket, wiggled a finger through one end of the bag's zipper, and dragged across, unsealing the bag. She slid her hand inside and squeezed the sponge. Bleach jelly oozed through her fingers. Okay, let's do this. She hesitated, eyes jumping around the crowded cafeteria. Come on, do it now. There were so many people, the mothers, the militia, Dr. Teddy, doctors, nurses, cafeteria staff, janitors, so many people. Am I really doing this? What if they catch me? Dr. Teddy will kill me. I mean, he might literally kill me. What if Nick and Dana left already? What if they forgot? A loud clap by her head snapped Abby back to the ice cream bar. Hey, let's go, Krabby, Kurt said. You're already big as a house, might as well get all three. The soldiers behind him burst out laughing. Kurt basked in his clever joke. Yeah, I'm doing this. Abby drew a gooey hand from her pocket and picked up the first ice cream scoop. The handle was cold, wet, and sticky, perfect. She dropped a big scoop of vanilla into her bowl, stepped down the bar, took a big scoop of chocolate, stepped down, and finished with a scoop of strawberry. She smirked at Kurt and walked away. She stuffed the Ziploc bag into a trash can and returned to her empty table. She examined her hand. It was starting to tingle, with pink splotches spreading across the palm and between her fingers. She wet a napkin and wiped it clean. Abby savored every bite of her ice cream as she watched mothers, militia, doctors, and nurses file across the Sunday bar. By the time she finished, the bar was empty. She leaned back and peeked at the mothers seated behind her. What are we doing after this? Lucy asked. I don't know about you girls, but I'm needed in the spa all afternoon. Gabrielle giggled and flipped her hair back. Prenatal massage, reflexology, Reiki, and of course, finish with a facial. She stuffed a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth. Oh my God, Gabrielle, you literally take advantage. Kathleen rolled her eyes. What? Gabrielle mocked innocence. You heard Dr. T, we have one job, rest, relax, and prepare for our big day. I'm just doing my part. Besides. Lucy's spoon clattered across the table. What the hell? Lucy stared down at her pink-spotted palm. Taryn gave a little shriek and spun her hand. I have it too. Gabrielle slowly turned her hands over and gasped at her swollen, red-speckled palm. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! And go, Abby spun around, fear in her eyes. Oh my God, Gabrielle, it's on me too. She held up her burning hand. You don't think it couldn't be, she lowered her voice. Scratch and sniff. Gabrielle's eyes went wide and she shoved away from the table, spraying her tray and tipping her chair over with a loud crack. It's on me, get it off, get it off. She reeled backward, brushing her hands down her sweatshirt. The other mothers scattered away from the table, spilling trays across the tile floor. Dr. Teddy shot up in the back, eyes locked, face grave and intense. Abby stood and watched the other end of the cafeteria. Spooked soldiers were backing toward the door. Oh my God. Look, Abby whispered, they're going to lock us in. Gabrielle launched toward the door and slipped on an overturned tray, crashing to her hands and knees. Abby helped her up as a mob of panicked mothers started a rush toward the door. Dr. Teddy was suddenly among them, waving and barking orders. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone bury your mouth in your elbow and go directly outside to the courtyard. Slowly and carefully. Do not rush. He marched ahead and waved off a cluster of soldiers by the door. Out of the way, clear a path for the girls. The soldiers hesitated. Now, he roared. Kurt gave the order and the soldiers moved aside. Dr. Teddy held the door, and a single-file line of 33 pregnant teens with faces buried in their elbows streamed silently out of the cafeteria. Mothers line up to my left, everyone else on the right, Dr. Teddy said. A steady stream of soldiers flowed from the cafeteria into the long courtyard. Most were so busy examining their hands that they missed Dr. Teddy's orders and milled around the mothers. General, General, Dr. Teddy clapped at Kurt. Control your men, everyone away from the mothers. Kurt gave a half-annoyed look. All right, boys, everyone on this side. He beckoned with a napkin-wrapped hand. Come on, let's go. They were too preoccupied to follow his order, and Dr. Teddy began shooing them away one by one. Now, go now. Abby turned and threaded through the crowd of incoming soldiers. They brushed and bumped her as she fought to a side entrance to the courtyard. She reached the door and grabbed the handle. A wrinkly hand shot out and grasped her wrist. There you are. Old Glory shivered and frowned. Where are you going? I'm getting jackets. No, I don't think so. Let's go line up with the other girls. He pulled at her wrist. She gripped the handle. Dr. Teddy asked me to go get jackets. He's extremely upset. Well, let's just go see about. Dr. Teddy erupted at a confused soldier, berating him to the other side of the courtyard, away from the mothers. Old Glory cast a nervous glance over his shoulder. Abby leaned in. You want to explain to him why there are no jackets when one of the girls collapses from hypothermic cardiac arrhythmia. He blinked as if she'd spoken another language. Alrighty then, but I'm coming with you. She stared at him. Okay, but don't get too close, I think I'm infected. She released the handle and spun her hand so her flaming, blistered palm was an inch from his grasp. Oh, good heavens! He shoved her hand away and stumbled back. I think I hear the general giving orders. He slowly backed away, eyes locked on her hand. I better, why don't you? She cracked the door and gave him an impatient look. He looked up. Come right back. I'll be right back. Abby slipped inside, eased the door shut, and sprinted down the empty hall. 39. Monroe huddled at the end of the courtyard with his top medical team, 6 nurses and 3 doctors. Okay, just to confirm, none of you are experiencing any symptoms, he asked. They confirmed. All right, put on your gloves. Monroe pulled on his surgical gloves and addressed his head nurse. Nurse Vargas will need some things from the clinic. First, PPE for the medical staff. N95 masks, gloves, isolation gowns, face shields, safety goggles. Then we're going to take vitals and clear every single mother, one by one, which means stethoscopes, pulse oximeters, blood pressure cuffs, and thermometers. Until we know differently, we're going to treat this as a BSL-3 infectious agent. Yes, doctor. Vargas spun from the huddle and beckoned to a group of young nurses. Everyone ready? Monroe asked. They confirmed. Monroe turned and addressed the line of mothers like a headmaster. Ladies, I want you to spread the line out lengthwise, putting as much distance as possible between you and the girl on either side. Stretch all the way across the courtyard. Yes, perfect. Matchstick soldiers, medical staff, and facilities workers watched from the opposite side of the courtyard. Now, I'm going to come down and examine each of you, one by one. This may take some time, so please be patient. I promise I will get you inside, out of the cold, as quickly and safely as possible. He stepped to the first girl in line, who was shivering in sweatpants and a tank top, her hands stiff at her side. His medical team scurried into place behind him. Lucy, my dear, he said with a gentle tone and a warm smile, can you tell me what you're feeling right now? Just tingling on my hand, like a burning. I'm sorry to hear that. May I examine your hand? She extended her arm. He gently cupped her upturned hand and leaned in close. Localized irritation and inflammation on the palm of the right hand, but not on the back of the hand. He dictated in a flat, authoritative tone as his doctors tapped their tablets. Presence like a rash or a burn that's affected the epidermis layer, but no deeper. The stratum lucidum appears to have protected the dermis layer. He looked up at Lucy and returned to his gentle voice. Are you experiencing any other symptoms? No, just my hand. He gave her a sympathetic nod and released her hand. Thank you, Lucy. I'll work to address your discomfort as quickly as possible. I promise. Thank you, Dr. Teddy. Nurse Wagstaff here is going to record all your activities over the last hour. Please don't omit anything, okay? Yes, doctor. And if you need anything, please don't hesitate to call me. He stripped off his gloves and dropped them into a plastic bag held out by a nurse. He took a new pair presented by another nurse and pulled them on. Monroe and his team stepped to the next girl in line. He gave a warm, admiring smile. Aaliyah, hurt and freezing the day before your big genetics final, and you still have a smile on your face. You inspire me. Tell me, what symptoms are you experiencing? My symptoms are the same as Lucy, doctor. Monroe cradled her hand and leaned in. No accompanying symptoms. No, doctor, otherwise normal. Same presentation as Lucy, Monroe dictated, except on the left hand instead of the right. Aaliyah, are you experiencing any itching? No, just a light burning. And are you left-handed? Yes. He leaned back toward Lucy. Lucy, are you right-handed or left-handed? Right-handed. Monroe took 2 big steps back and addressed the line of mothers. Is there anyone who has a rash on their non-dominant hand? For example, if you're right-handed, a rash on your left hand and vice versa. Anyone? Silence. Monroe nodded and stepped back to Aaliyah. Nurse Wagstaff is going to record all your activities over the last hour. Please don't omit anything, okay? Of course, doctor. And if you need anything, just holler. He winked and smiled. She grinned. You know I will. Monroe stripped off his gloves and pulled on a new pair. He stepped away from the line and huddled with his medical team. Let's review. To state the obvious, we're all vaccinated. He spoke in a hushed tone, like a quarterback drawing up a play. Is a breakthrough infection possible? Theoretically, no. But let's assume it happened anyway, due to mutation or direct ingestion. Even then, the probability of everyone becoming symptomatic within the same 10-minute window is near zero. And why no pruritus of the palms? Only burning. Why irritation only on the dominant hand? And why no accompanying respiratory symptoms? Monroe shook his head. This isn't the virus. There's something else going on here. The other doctors tapped notes and murmured support. Monroe nodded. Let's proceed. The huddle broke and Monroe approached the next girl in line. Chen, thank you for your patience, my friend. How are you feeling? I'm as Aaliyah. My hand burns, but otherwise okay. She presented her shivering hand for inspection. Monroe leaned in. Rash on the right hand only, same presentation as Lucy and Aaliyah. He leaned closer and squinted for a long pause. It looks like exposure to some kind of external irritant, almost like a chemical burn. Look, I can see the area of contact here. He pointed with a gloved pinky and traced around the red-raised sections of her palm. It's definitely not from scratching. He straightened. Thank you for your trust and patience, Chen. You must be so uncomfortably cold. I'm going to get you warmed up as fast as possible, I promise. He stripped off his gloves and pulled on a new pair. In the meantime, Nurse Wagstaff is going to record all your activities over the last hour. Please don't. Dr. T. A panicked shriek shattered the quiet and echoed through the courtyard. It's on my face. It's spreading. Oh my God, help. Monroe sprinted up the line, his team scrambling behind him. He skidded to a stop face-to-face with Gabrielle and gently guided her flailing hands to her side. It's all right, Gabrielle, I'm here, he said softly. He leaned in close, walking his gloved fingers across the left side of her face inch by inch. I'm seeing fresh irritation on the left lower cheek and left temple. Gabrielle, is it possible that you touched your face? Perhaps your hair? I don't know. Her voice trembled. Maybe, I don't know. He carefully pushed her hair off her left shoulder, exposing her bare neck. His eyes widened, and he zoomed in on a partial red handprint. "Oh my, here we are. We've got a secondary contact site on the left neck and shoulder," he dictated. "I can see an impression from the palm and fingers of the right hand." "Dr. Teddy, please," she sobbed. "I don't want to die." Monroe leaned back, looked deep into her eyes, and spoke with the confidence of the world's best doctor. "Gabrielle, my dear, listen to me. You are completely safe here. I won't let anything happen to you. You know that, right? I'm going to get you cleaned up and warmed up very shortly, and you're going to be absolutely fine. Okay." She nodded, her face relieved. "Nurse Nguyen," he said over his shoulder, "could you stay and monitor Gabrielle? If her condition worsens in any way whatsoever, call me immediately." He raised his eyebrows and spoke in his gentlest tone. "Would that be okay, Gabrielle?" "Yes," she sniffled and smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Teddy. And when this is done, I'm ordering extra spa time for you." He winked and smiled. She laughed and nodded. He gave a loving smile, then spun into his medical huddle and whispered, "This isn't the virus. This is a chemical contact dermatitis. I'm sure of it." He stripped off his gloves with purpose. "Nurse Greenwood, get buckets of warm water, soap, and washcloths from the linen closet. Gather burn cream, gauze, bandages, tape, and scissors from the medical supply room. We're going to treat this as a mass exposure to an unknown toxic agent and follow emergency decontamination protocol for hazardous chemical irritants. Once we're clean, we'll treat the palm burns as needed. The girls and medical staff first, then everyone else." "Agreed." "Yes, doctor," they said in a chorus. Monroe marched through the huddle to two soldiers laughing and shoving on the other side of the courtyard. "You there? Yes, you and you. Are your hands okay?" They stiffened and nodded. "Go to the infirmary and get enough clean towels and hospital gowns for everyone here." They hesitated and looked at Hunziker. "Now," Monroe clapped in their faces. They sprinted toward the exit. He turned to two more soldiers. "Your hands okay? Good. Go to the armory and get enough clean uniforms for everyone in the militia. Hurry back." They marched toward the exit. Monroe backed to the end of the courtyard and waved a hand. "Could I have your attention, please?" He waited as everyone hushed. "Thank you. Everyone keep your hands by your side. Do not touch anything or anywhere on your body." He straightened and spoke in a calm, firm voice. "I believe we've been exposed to a chemical irritant. I've consulted with my medical team and I want to assure you, we are confident this is not the virus. Put simply, some of us touched something that had a nasty chemical on it. I expect we're all going to be completely fine, but we're going to proceed with extreme caution until we know exactly what it was and where it came from. So for now, we're going to assume the worst, that this is a hazardous agent, perhaps even a premeditated chemical attack." Gasps and murmurs from the crowd. Monroe quieted them. "In a few minutes, we're going to get cozy here. We're all going to remove and discard our clothes because they're contaminated. I want you to pull them down and away. Do not pull them over your head because you risk spreading the chemical to your eyes, nose, and mouth. If you're wearing something that can't be pulled down, we're going to cut it off and pull it away from your body. Then we're going to decontaminate, get dressed, and treat your burns." Snow began to fall, light flakes drifting down and dusting the courtyard. He looked up, smiled, and switched to a casual tone. "Look, guys, I know it's cold, I know it's scary, but if we work together, we'll all be safe and warm in under an hour. I promise." He clasped his hands and raised his eyebrows. "Okay? Excellent, thank you." Monroe returned to his medical huddle. "Okay, we're going to need cleaning stations. One at either end of." His eyes locked on a nurse across the huddle. She was crying. "Nurse Jacobs, are you hurt?" He looked down at her hands. "No, I'm fine, Dr. Teddy," she said between sniffles. "It's going to be all right," he said gently. "Everything's going to be all right." She wiped away tears with the back of her gloved hands. "It's not me, doctor. I just don't understand. Why would anyone who could do this to the girls?" His eyes softened, as if addressing a frightened child. "We're just being extra cautious, Nurse Jacobs. I'm sure this was just an accident. No one would." His mind stumbled on a thought, and his eyes drifted past her, beyond the huddle, and danced across the falling snow. His warm expression faded to concern. He turned and squinted down the line of shivering mothers. "Dr. Teddy," Nurse Jacobs said. Monroe took 2 giant steps back from the huddle and craned his neck to see the far end of the line. Unsatisfied, he jogged down the line, checking the girls' faces as he went. When he reached the end, he spun. His face panicked and raced back, scanning the crowd of soldiers like a frantic parent searching for a lost child, peering into gaps, bouncing on tiptoes, stalking through their ranks, craning around bodies, shoving men out of the way. Hunziker approached, his face concerned. "Doc." Monroe backed out of the crowd, panicked and oblivious. "Doc, what is it?" Hunziker followed, spooked. Monroe turned and leapt onto a stone bench in the center of the courtyard and slowly rotated a full circle, his gaze jumping wildly around the perimeter. "Doc, what the hell is it?" Hunziker scanned the perimeter for some unknown invader. "Wiretap, blitzkrieg on me." They rushed to his side. Monroe stepped down and slowly turned, fists trembling, face flushed, mouth twisted in a quivering snarl. He locked his raging eyes on Hunziker. Hunziker moved a hand to his sidearm. Monroe spoke in a low growl. "Where's Abby?" 40. Abby tore through the woods, sprinting with wide, labored steps, weaving around trees, stumbling over stones. One hand cradling her bouncing belly, the other blocking her face from whipping branches. Every few steps she felt them, a pack of rabid wolves closing in, and glanced back with terrified eyes. She leapt over a log and landed on a turned ankle, staggering diagonally, pushing off a tree, careening back on course, regaining speed. It was snowing harder now, big flakes rushing down with purpose. She'd taken this path a dozen times before, some for practice, some for real, and she knew it well. Abby skidded to the edge of the shallow brook and took aim at the flat stone she always used to hop across. As she leapt, a stick cracked behind her and she whipped her head around. She landed off-center, tilting the stone up on its edge, slipping off, crashing to her hands and knees on a bed of pebbles. She winced as pain screamed up her aching joints, then gasped as freezing water soaked her hands and legs. "Get up, get up." She slowly rose to her feet in the middle of the brook and looked down. Her gray sweats were soaked from the knees and elbows down, and her muddy palms were scraped and bleeding. She wiped them down her pant legs, painting big streaks of dirt and blood. Abby looked up the hill at the overgrown gravel road. It was a big loop that ran from the back of the medical complex, along the lake, to Cradle Cove and back. Through trial and error, she'd found a shortcut through the woods that joined the road right before it met Cradle Cove. "You can't stop, they're right behind you. Keep moving." She stepped out of the brook with a chilly huff and forced herself forward, back into a run. She scrambled and clawed up the embankment, burst out of the woods onto the road, and swung into an exhausted, uneven gait, head down, glancing back, racing toward the finish line. Abby stomped onto Cradle Cove, rested her hands on her knees, and glanced from side to side. "I'm here," she cried in a whisper, then cupped her hands to her mouth. "Guys, I'm here." Silent snow. Standing there shivering, she wondered if she'd imagined Nick's whole plan. A phone, he said they'd leave a phone. Her eyes jumped around the road, searching for anything out of place. A phone, a phone, a phone. Nothing. She sprinted across the road, dropped to her knees, and crawled on all fours, combing through the long drift of frosty leaves that lined the side of the road. A phone, a phone, a phone, she repeated, the driving beat to her search. Nothing. She stumbled across the road, dropped to her knees, and combed along the other side. Nothing. Phone, phone, phone. She staggered into the woods and searched behind a thorny bush, around a boulder, under a fallen tree. Phone, phone, phone. Nothing. She flipped a sparkly, flat rock. Nothing. She strained to lift an old tire and peeked underneath. Nothing. She rolled a rotten log. Nothing. Panic bubbled up inside and mixed with adrenaline, pain, cold, frustration, anger. She started to shake. Phone, 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 no, 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 no. They forgot. You can't find it because it's not here because they forgot. Accept it, they forgot about you and they left. She backed into the middle of the road, peered up into the trees, and spun a slow circle, her eyes darting around the low branches. Nothing. This can't be happening. How could they forget? He promised. Are you surprised? It always ends the same way. Nobody cares. Abby stood in the empty road, shivering, filthy, fists clenched with dirt and dried blood, heavy snow burying her alive, and let out an angry roar. It echoed back at her and she started to cry. She slowly sank to her knees, buried her face in her hands, and sobbed as she felt something inside breaking, letting go, giving up. I was so close. A few hours earlier and I'd be free flying to New Zealand, starting a new life with them. Now that they were gone, she could admit how badly she wanted to be with them. Little moments rushed through her mind, in a wave of bittersweet regret. Tracy teasing Brian about his slow apple pie station. Okay, Brian, let's pick up the pace. They're going in the oven, not the museum. Mikey standing by the muscle car in his H&M sweatshirt, hands on his hips, rolling his eyes. Herman, you know the rule, no grumps in the garage. Nick raiding the junk food aisle, passing a tube of cinnamon rolls, slapping a high five. Touchdown. Dana wheeling groceries toward the Ark. Larry Musbino graduated last in my class, and he was a total jackass. Nick modeling the bun in the oven, apron. I think it looks good. I'll wear it, try me. Zoe saying grace as Abby peeked at everyone around the Thanksgiving table. Whatever tomorrow may bring, tonight we're grateful to have each other. Tonight we're a family, and that's good enough. A violent gust of wind yanked Abby back to the road, and she hunched over, arms crossed, tears streaking down her dirty face. She shook uncontrollably as the cold stabbed through her sopping clothes, her clammy skin, her frigid bones, and clawed at her soul. Out of the corner of her eye she saw something, a flicker at the base of a big tree by the edge of the road. She turned and squinted. Nothing. You're seeing things, that's moderate hypothermia. You need to get inside. Another gust of wind, a yellow flicker. Something. The wind shoved her hard, and a big leaf tumbled away from the base of the tree. A face grinned up at her, a yellow cartoon bun, its crazy smile like a long-lost best friend. Abby scrambled to the tree on her hands and knees like a wild animal. She grasped the tightly folded apron and shook it out. A Ziploc bag dropped onto the leaves. Inside was a phone. She gave a teary laugh, tore open the bag, and grabbed the phone with shaking hands. She opened contacts, dialed Brian, and raised the phone to her ear. 3 beeps, then dead air. No, no, no. She tried again. 3 beeps, dead air. Come on. She switched to text. I'm here. The message landed and just sat there, no way to tell if it went through. She glanced around the blinding snow and sent another. Please come. Come on, come on, come on. No response. A stick cracked behind her and she whipped around, squinting through the rushing snow. She suddenly felt very alone, very vulnerable, shivering on her knees, covered in dirt, every inch of her soaked, sore, or throbbing. "Hurry," she texted. Another crack, then a rustle. Closer this time, behind, to the side. Her head spun round and round, panicked eyes jumping from tree to bush to boulder to tree. "Don't leave me here, they'll catch me. I'll freeze. Please don't." The phone dinged, her eyes shot down. "We're coming." 41. And finally, you finish it in butter so the bread gets crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, almost like a pastry. TJ flipped the ham sandwich in the sizzling skillet. "I love it," Tracy said, stuffing another log in the wood-burning stove. "Plus you melt the cheese and warm the mayo. So tell me, how did an Indian chef learn so many great sandwich tricks?" TJ chuckled. "Well, my dad always said." "I'm checking on it, Herman, don't get in a tizzy." Mikey huffed and walked in from the bedroom. He passed Cadillac, who was staring out the window into the driving snow. "Come on, Caddy," Mikey clapped. The dog whined and stayed glued to the window. "Did you know Cadillac is my favorite car?" Mikey asked Zoe as she poured potato chips on a paper plate. "That's cool," Zoe said. "You know, I don't think I've ever been in a Cadillac. What's it like?" "Well, one time, my dad drove me in a black Cadillac. We're gonna go again when he comes home from the army." "I didn't know your dad was in the army." Zoe grinned. "Look at that, we're both military brats. Where is he serving?" Mikey considered a moment and his smile faded. He leaned in and whispered, "Actually, he's not really in the army. He left when my mom died. I don't think he's coming back." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mikey." "It's okay, Zoe. Just don't tell Herman, okay? He pretends to be my grandpa. It makes him feel important." Zoe gave a warm smile. "You got it. Your secret's safe with me, pinky promise." She extended a pinky. Mikey lit up and shook with his pinky. "Pinky promise." "Mikey," Herman barked from the bedroom. "Where's that aspirin, downtown Boston?" "Herman, hold your horses." Mikey took the ham sandwich from Tracy and the aspirin from Dana, rolled his eyes and whispered, "What a big baby." Herman grumbled something and the mattress creaked. "Don't you get up off that bed." Mikey marched toward the bedroom. "All right, Dana, you're next." TJ pointed his spatula. "Ham or roast beef?" Dana grinned. "Gee, I think I'll have." Ding, ding, ding. Brian's phone lit up on the center of the dining table. He had left it behind so each party had a satellite phone, and they could stay in contact if phone lines went down. Cadillac skidded to the table and began barking at the phone. Zoe rushed over and picked it up. She looked up with wild eyes. "She's there," she said to hurry. "All right, ladies, let's go," Tracy said. They began pulling on jackets. "I'll tell her we're coming." Zoe tapped a quick reply. Tracy popped her head into the bedroom. "We're going to get Abby. Can you guys pack everything up, in case we need to leave in a hurry?" Herman started to sit up in bed. "Well, hold on," he grumbled. "Where exactly?" "No problem, Tracy. We got it." Mikey gave a thumbs up. Tracy returned a thumbs up and headed for the front door. TJ stood by the door in a dusty old hunting jacket. "I can come too if that's okay." Tracy put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. "You got it, Chef." They cruised along Cradle Cove in Herman's pickup, Tracy behind the wheel in a pair of Brian's aviator sunglasses. "Do we have a signal?" Tracy asked. "Yeah, but it's on satellite." Zoe pulled up Brian's contact list. "That'll work. Try them." Zoe called Nick on speakerphone. Brian answered. "Hey guys, what's up?" He sounded tired. "We're just checking in," Tracy said. "Abby texted us. We're on our way to pick her up." "Hey, that's great," Brain said. "How'd you guys make out?" Tracy asked. Well, the mission went a little sideways, but we're all right. We have a plan. Everything's still on schedule. Hey, Tracy, Nick came on the line. As soon as you have Abby, pack up everything at the cabin and get ready to go. We'll be back in 25 minutes, and then we'll all head north. Safer to wait somewhere near the airport than hang out in Monroe's backyard. Sounds good, Nick. Mikey and Herman are packing up now. We'll be ready to go when you get back. Perfect, Nick said. We're almost there, guys. A few more hours and we're home free. Where is she? Dana asked as they crawled through the falling snow, everyone searching out the windows. It's so hard to see, TJ said. What if she's not here? Zoe asked. I tried calling, but without satellite backup her phone isn't ringing. She has to be here somewhere, Tracy said. We'll just keep driving until. There she is, Dana pointed straight ahead. They squinted through the snow at a ghostly figure standing 50 yards ahead. Tracy accelerated and Abby came into view. She was shaking in the middle of the road, hunched and clutching herself, face streaked with dirt, her clothes stained and soggy. Her eyes were wide and she was slowly shaking her head and blinking rapidly. Oh my God, Dana said. She's freezing. What's wrong with her? Zoe squinted. What is she doing? They rolled to a stop a few yards away. Abby didn't move. She kept blinking. Something's wrong, Tracy said. A black pickup tore out of the gravel road behind them and skidded onto Cradle Cove. It accelerated for a short stretch, then slammed on the brakes and drifted to a crooked stop behind their bumper. A red pickup crept over the hill behind Abby and idled behind her. Oh shit, TJ said, glancing forward and back. Tracy whipped off her aviators, looked in the rear view, and gripped the gear selector. Should I reverse through them? No, Dana grabbed Tracy's wrist. Not with Abby in the road. Soldiers jumped from the trucks and surrounded them, guns drawn. Blitzkrieg approached the driver's side, eyes bulging, and ripped open the door. Out, ladies, hands up, you too, Osama. He smirked and licked his lips as they got out. Hunziker strolled up. Sorry, ladies, Krabby's not gonna make it. She's got an appointment she just can't miss. Abby teetered in the road, pale, lips blue, teeth chattering, eyes fluttering, defeated and half dead. General, please, she's hypothermic. Dana pulled off her jacket. She needs care right away. I'm an ER doctor, can I look at her? Oh, don't worry, sweetheart, Dr. T is eagerly awaiting her return. He nodded, and Big Ron dragged Abby, stumbling, to Hunziker's truck. You folks are lucky I'm on a schedule, Hunziker said, or we'd have a chat about your role in Abby's little stunt. He grinned at TJ, maybe another time. Hunziker gave a signal, and everyone started back to their trucks. Leave her. TJ stood tall against the falling snow. Everyone turned except Hunziker, who froze at his truck with his back to them and his door half open. She's been one big headache for you, TJ said. The only reason you're here is because you're following orders. TJ took a cautious step forward. I'll pay you $10 million to leave her with us. $40,000 in cash and gold right now, and the rest in 2 days. You know I've got it. Just tell him you couldn't find her and you'll never see us again. Hunziker gently closed his door and stared into the bed of his truck. The soldiers looked from TJ to Hunziker, trying to get a read on their general. TJ stepped closer and took a familiar tone. Look, don't be his errand boy, you're more than that. The general calls the shots, right? Does what's best for his men. So ditch the girl and take the money. Take what you deserve. Hunziker reached into the bed of his truck and dragged something toward him with a metal clanging. He turned to TJ and let Abby's backpack drop to his side, hanging from his hand by a broken strap. It sagged under the weight of the iPad and textbooks, swinging back and forth like a medieval flail. Hunziker's eyes were dark. "You know what, Mr. America? I think I will." 42. Okay, I got one." Brian chuckled as he parked the Ark next to Herman's pickup in front of the cabin. This one time the client was so worried about space bugs that he wore a bee suit the entire trip. He burst out laughing. Nick grinned and shook his head. I mean, he couldn't even take a piss. He had to bring a plastic bag inside the suit. Brian clapped and roared. Nick stared straight ahead and his smile faded. The snow had stopped falling and the sun was high. He could see it clearly. "What?" Brian looked at Nick. "Was he one of yours?" "Why is the door open?" "What?" "It's 38 degrees out. Why is the front door open?" Brian's head snapped forward. They stared at the wide-open door. Both men sprung from the Ark and raced to the cabin, up the porch, through the door, into the dark inside. They stood frozen, eyes adjusting, brains trying to process what was in front of them. TJ was lying on the floor, pale, motionless, mouth hanging open, surrounded by a halo of bloody rags and first aid supplies. Dana kneeled beside him, streaked with blood, gripping his hand. Herman and Mikey kneeled above his head. "TJ, can you hear me?" Dana spoke with the poise of a veteran ER doctor. His legs convulsed, contracting and releasing in a rhythmic pattern. "Herman, stabilize his head," she pointed. "Put your hands on both sides and keep it straight with his spine. Mikey, apply pressure here." She pressed his hand to a clean rag on TJ's forehead. "When it's soaked, just add another on top." She leaned in. "TJ, can you squeeze my hand?" "What?" Nick stared with wide eyes. "What hap?" "Tracy, Zoe." Brian glanced around the cabin. "In the bedroom." Dana pointed back. "Mikey, hand me that surgical kit." Brian rushed into the bedroom. Nick hung on TJ another moment, unable to tear himself away, then followed Brian. He stepped inside the bedroom and froze. Brian stood motionless by the door, staring at Tracy across the room. She stared back, eyes wide and red, cheek bruised purple, face ghost white. Both hands covered her mouth, her knuckles scraped and bleeding. Brian held his breath with the stillness of a tiger about to strike. He knew what was coming, but he needed her to say it. Tracy slowly lowered her shaking hands. "Brian," they took Zoe. In under a second, Brian had spun and brushed past Nick, heading toward the cabin door. "Brian," Nick turned to follow, but stopped. Something in Brian had changed, and Nick suddenly didn't recognize the man. His eyes were cold and dark, like a light had shut off inside. With his jaw clenched and head high, he held the posture of an apex predator advancing on its prey. But mostly it was the way he moved, with intense confidence and laser-focused purpose. A battering ram with every muscle in his body rock hard, yet perfectly relaxed, striding smoothly across the cabin with zero limp. Brian slammed the defense kit onto the dining table. "Brian, hold on." Nick turned to Tracy. "What happened?" Brian snapped up the latches on the black hardshell briefcase and flipped it open. A display of deadly weapons and tactical gear rested inside foam cutouts. Everything was brand new and jet black. Brian began removing and checking items with the determined focus and automatic speed of a man who'd done it 1,000 times before. "Tracy, what happened to TJ?" Nick gestured to TJ, who was sleeping on the floor, Dana sitting cross-legged by his side, covered in blood, forehead resting on her palms. Herman kneeled by his other side, head lowered in prayer. Brian pulled a tactical belt from the case and fastened it around his waist. "Where's Abby?" Nick asked Tracy. "Why, what did they say?" She watched Brian, lost in a daze. Brian examined a long, fixed-blade combat knife and strapped it to his belt. He fastened a medium tactical knife on the other side, then hung a small curved blade in a necklace sheath around his neck. Nick stepped to Brian. Listen, we can figure. The front door burst open and Mikey stormed in carrying Herman's rusty shotgun. I'm coming with Brian. Brian pulled out a pair of binoculars and a spotting scope, oblivious to Mikey's entrance. Herman hustled up off the floor and spoke softly. Let's hold on just a second, son. Hear the plan before we jump in, okay? He gently lifted the shotgun from Mikey's hands. Brian examined a pair of fingerless tactical gloves with hardened knuckles. We stand up to bullies. Mikey stomped, tears in his eyes. You told me that, Herman. I'm going. We're gonna help, you know we will. Herman rested a hand on Mikey's shoulder and lowered the shotgun by his side. Let's just see what they decide. Okay. Brian rose, grabbed the shotgun, sat back down, and began unloading and examining it. Herman stared, dumbstruck. Nick sat next to Brian at the table. Brian, listen, we need a plan. If you... Brian's head shot up. He stared at Nick with dead eyes. This isn't your fight and you don't want to miss the flight. I know, I get it, spare me the speech. He slid his phone across the table. Call the operator, tell her I ditched you and Marty. He's hurt bad and you need a replacement pilot. Then run the TJ bluff. He gestured at TJ on the ground. Should be an easy sell now. What are you going to do? Brian raised his pistol and slammed home a clip. Brian, it's suicide. Nick leaned in. One man against a heavily armed militia on a secure compound. You said it yourself. The odds of success are near zero. Let's just take a minute and work out a plan. Brian stood and holstered the pistol. He pulled a silencer and 3 extra clips from the case and started securing them to his belt. I'm done planning. Nick stood to reply, but suddenly Tracy was in his face. This is your fault, she jabbed a finger. You baited that poor girl into running away, then dragged my husband through hell so your buddy could pick up some whore. Meanwhile, we're stuck here with a horde of angry hillbillies. TJ's half dead, my daughter's gone, and all you care about is your flight, you selfish prick. Nick winced. Now, wait a minute. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. Since we followed you, things have gotten worse and worse. We're done talking. We're done planning. It's time for a real hero to step up and do something. So go buy yourself a new pilot and leave us the fuck alone. She stepped back and brushed him away with both hands. Now hold on, Nick said. I want to get her back. I do whatever it takes. He held a hand to his forehead. I'm just trying to. I just need a minute to think. You want to help? Brian turned as he pulled on his gloves. If I don't come back, promise me you'll keep our deal, give my family a place in New Zealand. He shoved his phone into Nick's chest. Call Ramirez and offer him the same deal, life at the ranch for his family in exchange for a flight. Tell him I sent you. He'll get you there, I guarantee it. Brian turned to Tracy and nodded. Go time. He gave a sharp exhale, then a wave of sadness swept across his face. Hug and a prayer. Tracy covered her trembling lip and nodded. Brian started forward, and Nick put a hand on his chest. God damn it, Brian, stop. Brian froze. He looked down at Nick's hand, slowly lifted his gaze, and stared with murder in his eyes. Nick glared back. If you go charging in there like Superman, neither one of you is coming out. Is that what you want? To go down in a blaze of glory while Zoe becomes his new favorite mother? Nick didn't see Brian move. He sensed a whoosh of energy, a hand on his chest, then a falling sensation backward off his feet, balance swinging like a confused compass. He slammed to the floor with a chest-crushing thud. Nick gasped for air. Tracy stared down in shock. Brian stepped over him and pointed a finger. Get this through your head, I am not your pilot. Fuck your contract. Fuck your plan. If you ever step between me and my family again, I will put you down. They stared at each other for a long moment, Brian towering, his arms steady as a rock, Nick glaring, his hands up in surrender. Brian stepped off and strode to the bedroom. Tracy followed. Nick coughed and slowly rolled onto his hands and knees. Herman reached down and helped him up. "Never step in front of a charging bull, son." Herman shook his head. Nick wheezed and dusted off his pants. "Yeah, I got that." "Well," Herman shrugged. "Well, what?" Nick held his side and winced. "What's the plan?" Nick looked at the cabin door with tired eyes. "There is no plan. I'm done." 43. Nick leaned with his elbows on the porch railing, watching as rain poured off the cabin roof and washed away the morning snowfall. He gripped his phone in one hand. One phone call and I can walk away from everything. Brian was right. If Nick called the operator and reported Brian as non-compliant, he could get a replacement pilot, run the TJ bluff, and be in New Zealand by tomorrow. Why not? Nobody wants me here. Brian and Tracy hate me. Dana and Herman are disappointed. And I'm sure Abby and Zoe aren't too happy. He pressed a palm to the center of his throbbing forehead. On top of his usual headache, Brian's body slam had rattled something loose. Tracy's right. I can't keep anyone safe. Marty and Raina are infected. TJ's dying on the floor. Brian's unhinged. An hour from now he'll be dead. And God knows what Monroe has planned for Zoe or Abby after she gives birth. His vision blurred, the rain going in and out of focus. Could be a concussion or could be a panic attack since the rain stank like gasoline. He pulled out his lavender necklace, then shook his head and dropped it back down his shirt. What was the point? Nick unlocked his phone. You should call. What are you waiting for? If Nick called, Brian would be screwed either way. He'd either die during his assault or he'd succeed and be stuck here with his family, broke, starving, and hopeless. Nick wouldn't just be ditching Brian and Tracy. He'd be giving up on Zoe, Dana, Herman, and Mikey. And Abby. Nick hovered a finger over the operator's number. We were so close. A few more hours and we would have been on our way. If they hadn't tracked Abby. If Marty hadn't dragged us to Boston. If I hadn't. TJ needs a hospital, Dana said. Nick straightened and turned, surprised to find her standing in the doorway. She was drying her hands with a towel. There's only so much I can do for him here. Will he be okay? He's okay for now, resting comfortably. But head injuries are tough. Sometimes they wake up an hour later cracking jokes, and sometimes, she shrugged. You know. She tilted her head. Are you okay? Nick gave a little cough and winced. I'm fine. He leaned his elbows back onto the railing and stared out into the rain. That's not what I meant. Why hasn't he left yet? Brian, he's talking to Tracy. I think she's having second thoughts. Dana stepped from the doorway and joined Nick at the railing. Look, Nick, I know you want to help Zoe. I know you tried. This isn't your fault, she sighed. You can't save everyone. I see that now. It's too far gone. You have to take care of yourself and your family. If you call for another pilot, I won't blame you. I understand. Really, I do. She slid to his side and placed a hand on his arm. But Nick, whatever happens, I wish you would stay. When Brian gets back with Zoe, we'll need you. And if something happens to him, we'll really need you. I mean, what's in New Zealand? I know you don't have family. Why can't we be your family? Stay, Nick. Don't give up on us. He scoffed. Yeah, right. Brian hates me. Tracy might kill me. Let's be honest, no one wants me here. You're wrong. She shook her head. They need you now more than ever. Family isn't supposed to be easy, but you stick together when things get tough, and you do what's best for those you love, even when they hate you for it. Nick cast his eyes to the ground and shook his head. In this broken world, family is all we have, but it's enough. Dana's words hung in the air as she gazed at Nick, hoping for a reply. An idea struck him and blazed through his body like an electric current, leaving a trail of goosebumps behind. He played it out in his head, watching the scenarios unfold with lightning speed. Dana lowered her gaze, squeezed his arm, and walked toward the front door. Nick swung his head up and the world came into perfect focus. He drew a deep breath of clean air and his headache disappeared. He saw the plan all laid out, its risks, its variables, its permutations, and he knew it would work. Something inside relaxed and surrendered, and he knew he was going to see it through, whatever the cost. Nick turned. "Hey, Dana." "Yeah," she looked back from the doorway, her eyes hopeful. "I've got it." She tilted her head. "Got what?" "I know how to get her out." 44. Nick stepped inside to find Brian and Tracy locked in a deep embrace. "Shit, he's going." Nick's eyes jumped around the room until he found what he was looking for on the dining table. He walked across the room and slipped it into his pocket. Tracy stepped back, took Brian's hands and closed her eyes. "Lord, protect my husband and—" Mikey tapped her on the shoulder. She opened her eyes and he joined the prayer circle. "Lord, protect my husband and daughter on this journey and show them a peaceful path home." Nick moved along the wall, reached down by Marty's bags, then moved away. "Make him a gentle shepherd, a gentle guardian. Make him strong as your stone and got him it." Tracy stomped her foot. They opened their eyes. I can't remember. She always says it." Tracy took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "Look, we tried to take the peaceful path, Lord, but today evil came for one of your children. So," her lip quivered into a snarl, "Brian's gonna send you some sinners. Do with them what you will. Amen." "Amen," they echoed. Brian held her shoulders and gazed into her eyes. "I'll get her back, I promise." Tracy nodded and covered her mouth, fighting back tears. Dana embraced her from behind and Brian kissed her forehead. Brian turned and moved to the dining table with purpose. He holstered a few final items, pulled on his tactical gloves and paused. He looked around the table, confused. "Where is it? Where's the key to the ark? It was right here." He looked under the defense kit, under the table, around the floor. "Where the hell is it?" He patted his pockets. "I put it right." "I took it," Nick said calmly, standing by the door. Brian's eyes swung up. He straightened and squinted as if trying to decide if Nick had just said what he thought he said. Nick stared back. Neither man moved as they held a long silence. Brian drew his sidearm with smooth and decisive speed and strode at Nick like a seasoned executioner. He stopped a foot from Nick's face and towered. Nick held his glare. "It's not on me. I hit it." Brian aimed the pistol at Nick's knee. "In 10 seconds, you never walk again. In 20, you never breathe again. Where is the key?" Nick stared up, unflinching. Everyone watched in horror. "Nick, come on," Dana said, hands on her head. Brian pressed the gun to Nick's temple and leaned in. "If you think you know me, you don't. If you think I will hesitate for even a second, you're wrong. I will ask you one more time and then I will take you apart. Where is the key?" He cocked back the hammer. Tracy covered her mouth. "Be smart, Nick." Herman shook his head. 5 minutes, Nick said in a low and steady tone. "Give me 5 minutes and I'll give you a way to bring Zoe out, right now, without anyone getting hurt, and we still make the flight. 5 minutes, and if you don't like the plan, I'll hand you the key, and you'll never see me again." Brian's jaw flexed, his eyes pummeling Nick, his body so tense it could kill with a twitch. Nick glared back with unflinching resolve. No one breathed. Brian leaned in. "You have 2 minutes." Nick stood at the head of the table, Brian at the opposite end, everyone else at a distance. He took a deep breath. "We can get—" Beep, beep, beep. Brian set his digital watch and slammed it on the table next to his gun. 1:58, 1:57, 1:56. The tenths of seconds panel raced backward. Brian crossed his arms and glared. "We can get Zoe out, I know we can, but if you go in guns blazing, you won't make it past the front gate." Nick raised his hands defensively. "I've been there, I've been inside. They've got 6 heavily armed guards at the front, 4 men at the gate and 2 spotters in towers. Plus a small army of trigger-happy soldiers with radios, trucks, guns, grenades, all kinds of gear they don't know how to use, just looking for any reason to kill. I have no doubt you tear through them. There might be 5 real soldiers in there, but 95 idiots with guns are a special kind of dangerous." Brian huffed and shifted his stance. "But let's say you get through. Then what?" Nick said. "You don't know where she is. The place is huge, they use trucks to get around. Even if you find her, getting out is just as hard as getting in, probably more so, because now you've got Zoe with you, they've regrouped and—" Nick looked down at the spinning countdown, straightened, and took a deep breath. "You don't need to beat them, Brian. You don't even need to fight them. It's faster, safer, and easier if you just make a deal." "A deal?" Tracy squinted, her arms crossed. Nick nodded. "Look, I'm guessing Monroe doesn't really want her because she's not part of his grand plan. I'm guessing Hunziker took her on an impulse because he's an asshole. And I'm guessing we can offer them something they'll want far more than Zoe." Tracy scoffed. "Yeah, you're guessing. And what if they don't like your deal? What if Brian gets stuck in there in a shootout, 1 against 100, Zoe caught in the middle? What do you guess happens then?" Nick nodded and cast his eyes to the ground. He sighed and looked up at Brian with resolve. "If they don't take the deal, then we do it the hard way, unleash disaster. Believe me, in a crisis, 2 men with a plan outnumber 100 panicked fools." "2," Tracy said. Nick shrugged as if it were obvious. "Well, yeah, I'm going too, and I'm not coming out without her." Tracy and Brian read each other and softened slightly. "Look, when we first met, the way I was, what I said, I'm sorry." Nick looked back and forth between them. "There are some things, well, if I could go back, I would. But Tracy, Brian, I care about Zoe, I do. I want her back. And if we work together, we can get her out and get to New Zealand. It's a good plan, I can see it, all laid out, 10 steps in every direction, but you have to trust me. Let me help you, let me bring her home." Brian and Tracy looked at each other, sadness in their eyes. Beep, 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 beep. Everyone looked down at the watch. 00:00:00:00. Brian stiffened, as if snapping from a daze, strapped on his watch and shoved the pistol in his holster. He raised his eyebrows at Nick. Nick sighed and nodded. He walked to Marty's watch collection case, fished out the key, and extended it to Brian. Brian watched the key dangle from Nick's hand, squinting, chewing the inside of his lip, wrestling with a thought. He looked up at Nick, then back down at the key. He shook his head with a sharp exhale like an angry bull, snatched the key, and strode toward the door. He stopped in the doorway, rested a hand on the frame, and hung his head. "What?" Brian slowly turned and looked at Nick. "What do you mean, unleash disaster?" Everyone huddled over the tabletop, staring down at Nick's plan scrawled in red marker. It looked like a coach's clipboard, saturated with arrows, circles, diagrams, a map, margin notes, lists, and a constellation of hub-and-spoke mind maps. "Man, there's a lot to it." Brian scratched his head. "We have to consider everything," Nick said. "Hopefully they cooperate and we can just run Plan A in and out, quick and easy." "What do you think?" Brian looked at Tracy. She sighed and shrugged. "Well, it's a lot better than charging through the front gate, that's for sure." Brian nodded. "It's a good plan, Nick." Nick returned a quick nod. Well, for it to work, we're going to need everybody. Just tell us what to do, Herman said. Okay, Herman and Mikey, can you set up the radios? No problem. Mikey gave a big thumbs up. We'll get it ready and test the distance just like you said. I'll stand on the porch and Herman will walk down the road. Now hold on. Herman put his hands on his hips. Why do I gotta go outside in the rain? How about you walk down the road? Herman, please. Mikey held up a palm. Don't start with the backsass. He pointed out the window as he headed for the door. It stopped raining. Herman watched him go, dumbfounded. Backsass? What are you? How is that? Now hold on a second. He marched after Mikey. Nick smiled as they walked out the door, bickering like an old married couple. Tracy stepped up. How can I help? Nick pulled out his phone and started tapping. Can you make this? He handed her the phone. She squinted and scrolled. How many? 6. What color? Black, all black. She held out the phone and nodded. Coming right up. She spun off toward the kitchenette. A hand squeezed his shoulder. What can I do? Dana said. He turned and took a deep breath. Well, you have the hardest job you need to wake him up. Who? TJ. Wait, what? Are you serious? I mean, are you sure? Does it have to be him? Can't somebody else do it? Nick shook his head. Has to be him. They looked down at TJ sleeping peacefully on the floor. He's gonna be pissed, Dana said softly. Yeah, thank God I won't be here. He patted her on the back. She gave him a mock sneer and started toward the kitchen. Oh, Dana. She spun, make sure it's exact. He tapped a dense corner of the planning table. She walked backward with 2 thumbs up. Across the table, Brian squinted down at the plan. Nick stepped up and they shared a determined look. Run it again? Nick asked. Run it again. Brian nodded. They huddled over the table. All right, all loaded up. Nick closed the cabin door behind him and turned to Brian, who was studying the table. Ready. Ready? Brian tapped his fist on the tabletop. Nick stepped to Dana to say goodbye. If you don't hear from me, do it. Don't hesitate. She nodded. Be careful in there. She leaned in and whispered, remember, you still owe me a marshmallow. She leaned out and pointed in a mock scold. And I fully intend to collect. Nick grinned. Oh, you can count on it. Dana gave him a slow, doe-eyed blink and a flirty smile. Nick's smile faded and he took her hand. Listen, Dana, thank you for. She waved a hand and cut him off. No goodbyes. Tell me when you get back. He nodded and released her hand with a squeeze. He turned to Brian, who was saying goodbye to Tracy. Listen, hun, I love you. If anything happens. Tracy waved a hand. Don't, Brian. Okay, well, it's a good plan. But just in case, stay here with Herman and Mikey. They'll look after you. Herman stepped up behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder. You think we'd let a chef like this get away? Yeah, you're stuck with us, Tracy, Mikey grinned. Herman's food is yuck, yuck. He made a sour face and everyone laughed. Herman slowly turned. Boy, are you out of your mind if you... Herman, I'm kidding. It's a joke. Don't get upset. He made a calming gesture and rolled his eyes. You know I love Herman's world-famous stuffed ham. Herman nodded and turned forward again. Mikey shook his head from Herman's blind spot and silently mouthed to the group, Yuck. Tracy suppressed a laugh. All right, everybody gather round, quick prayer. They all took hands and closed their eyes. Tracy took a deep breath. Lord, protect our family on this journey and show us a peaceful path home. Make Nick your shepherd, a gentle guardian. Make Brian your stone, a pillar of strength. And if they don't take the deal, make us your storm, a swift and mighty force. Amen. Amen, everyone echoed and dispersed. Nick and Brian faced each other. Brian clapped a strong hand on Nick's shoulder and gave a solemn nod, a special nod reserved for soldiers, brothers with battle-tested trust charging into impossible odds. Go time. Nick returned the nod. Go time. 45. Nick rolled the arc to a stop 50 yards from Monroe's front gate. Two snipers took up firing positions in opposing towers. 6 soldiers strapped on tactical gear behind the gate. Nick killed the engine and stepped out. He took a deep breath and watched his exhale smoke in the misty air. The front gate rolled open, and a sloppy formation of militiamen cruised toward him, automatic rifles up. He raised his hands and began to walk forward. Halfway to the gate, 4 soldiers crept out from the woods and followed behind. Nick took a long, silent walk through the gate and stopped 20 yards inside, his hands held high. The soldiers formed a wide circle around him, guns trained at his head. Hunziker's truck skidded to a stop and he stormed out, waving a hand. Stop, stop, stop. Jesus Christ, guys, crossfire. We've been over this. Everyone behind him, lower your weapon and move in front. The rear soldiers shuffled forward. And fingers off triggers unless he moves. Hunziker turned back toward his truck. Old Glory, call the doc. Old Glory teetered away as Big Ron raced in from the gate, face red, chest heaving. I checked his car, sir, he gasped. Nothing but some camping stuff and an old six-pack. Park it inside. Big Ron spun and rushed back. Hunziker looked Nick up and down, then signaled for the militiamen to lower their guns. He strolled up and Nick lowered his hands. You got a lot of nerve showing up here. Hunziker rested his hands on his tactical belt. He's pissed. I bet, Nick said calmly. Just wait until he finds out you beat his favorite CEO into a coma. Hunziker smirked and held up his palms in a guilty-as-charged gesture. Oops, collateral damage. He scanned the laughing soldiers like a stand-up comedian gauging his audience. Egypt, Houston, Atlanta, Wolfeboro, one long trail of collateral damage, Nick said. No wonder you became a fake general for a fake army. The soldiers stiffened and let out a hostile ooh. Fuck him up, sir, Blitzkrieg shouted. Hunziker stepped forward, fire in his eyes, and drew back a clenched fist. A white Merced skidded up next to Hunziker's pickup, and Monroe stepped out of the passenger's side in a doctor's coat. He pulled the stethoscope from his neck and tossed it on the seat, slammed the door, and strode toward them like a man who'd spent the last of his patience. All right, Nick, I don't have time for games. What do you want? He stopped at Hunziker's side and flashed his eyebrows. Dr. Monroe, I came to make a deal for Zoe. Hunziker scoffed. Unless I'm missing something, you forgot your chips. The soldiers chuckled and Hunziker stood a little taller. Nick ignored him and addressed Monroe. You don't really want her. She doesn't belong here. Let me take her home and we won't bother you again. Monroe pulled a cloth from his pocket and began cleaning his glasses. Actually, Nick, I think she likes it here. She's very bright. She's going to fit right in. Nick smiled and nodded. Yeah, I thought you might say that. Look, I don't want any trouble. I don't want anyone to get hurt. But if you don't give her up right now, I'm going to have to escalate. Hunziker cackled. Big talk for a one-man army. Monroe replaced his glasses and flashed a palm at Hunziker. What, exactly, is that supposed to mean? Nick sighed. My brother is a U.S. Senator from Massachusetts, Paul Ritter. If I don't call Zoe's dad, give a code word, and confirm we're both headed home in the next. Nick glanced down at his watch. 7 minutes and 36 seconds. He's going to call my brother and tell him exactly where we are. Monroe squinted. "Wiretap," Hunziker barked. Wiretap strolled up, scrolling on his tablet. Paul Ritter, U.S. Senator from Massachusetts since 2030. Democrat, Army veteran, co-sponsored the Cut Clinic bill, serves on a bunch of committees. He gestured at Nick. "Looks like this guy, but fatter." Monroe stroked his chin like a skeptical professor. "So, what you cry for help and Big Brother sends the cavalry? Who's coming exactly? The FBI? The Army? Will they send helicopters, fighter jets, tanks, maybe a battleship off the coast?" He smirked as everyone laughed. "We're in the middle of a global crisis, and the government's more dysfunctional than ever. Right now your brother's huddled in an underground bunker in Washington arguing with his 99 incompetent colleagues. They've got the whole world to worry about. They're not interested in saving some nobody." He dismissed Nick with a backhanded wave. "We're done here." Monroe started back toward the car. Hunziker gestured and two soldiers pulled out zip-tie handcuffs and moved toward Nick. "Pennsylvania," Nick called after Monroe. Monroe stopped and turned halfway. "What?" Hunziker held up a hand and the soldiers paused. "As chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities, my brother is huddled in an underground bunker in Pennsylvania. Raven Rock Mountain Complex, to be exact." Monroe turned and gave Nick his full attention. "Some people call it Site R, others call it the Underground Pentagon, but basically it's a high-tech military installation that headquarters operations for the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines during a national emergency." Monroe started walking back. "But you're right, they're probably pretty busy right now. They wouldn't care about some nobody lost in the woods." Nick paused, then cocked his head. "But you know what they might care about: your vaccine." Monroe shook his head. "What vaccine? What are you talking about?" "Oh, come on. You don't expect me to believe the great Teddy Monroe unleashed an apocalyptic virus without crafting the perfect vaccine, do you? You've got 33 pregnant mothers of mankind here, 100 matchstick militiamen, doctors, nurses, support staff, and very soon, 66 newborn babies." He leaned in for a friendly aside. "Congratulations on the twins, by the way." Monroe crossed his arms and shifted uncomfortably. "Bottom line, there's no way you can reach 500 people in 15 years unless you have a vaccine that's 100% effective against scratch and sniff." Hunziker hid a smirk at the phrase "scratch and sniff" and shot a guilty schoolboy look at his soldiers. Monroe's face reddened. "Very clever, Nick. What else did she tell you? Did she tell you I saved her from an abusive foster home, that she signed the adoption papers enthusiastically, that she helped recruit half my mothers?" "Huh." He stalked toward Nick. "Did she tell you that I help her study for her MCATs, give her full access to my facilities, provide a dedicated therapist for her nightmares? Did she tell you that I'm the only one here, anywhere, who gives a shit about her?" He reached Nick and his face darkened. "Did you help her poison the mothers?" "What?" "Spreading bleach, making everyone think they're infected, creating panic. Was that your idea?" Nick gave an impressed nod. "Fire in a crowded theater, clever girl." Monroe opened his mouth to unload, but Wiretap interrupted. "Paul Ritter, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities. The committee oversees terrorist and biological threats, homeland defense, and special operations. And Raven Rock is, well, it's like he said badass." "Thank you, Private Winkler," Monroe snapped. Nick moved in for the kill. Paul would jump at the chance to end this virus tonight, save the world, rescue 33 kidnapped minors, expose a genius CEO as a sociopathic fraud, break up a corrupt adoption ring, oh, and capture a bunch of domestic terrorists. All in time for the election doesn't get much better than that. That's it, that's your big punch. If he's gonna take the deal, now's the time. Nick stepped back and raised his palms defensively. But none of that has to happen. Just take the deal, give up Zoe, and you'll never see us again. Monroe glared, eyes raging. Hunziker fumed by his side like a mad dog on a tight leash. Nick stared back, not giving an inch. He's not gonna take it, he's too angry. I can see it in his eyes. Nick glanced at his watch. 3 minutes and 17 seconds, Doctor. He paused. Go time. Monroe took a deep breath, chuckled, and began to pace like a lecturing professor. First of all, they won't come. They're lazy, dysfunctional bureaucrats. They're actors, they never actually do anything. It'll take them a month just to agree there's a virus. Regardless, you think you're the only one with friends in high places. The second your brother opens his mouth, I'll have a dozen senators scrambling to defend me. One phone call, and I'll clear up the whole misunderstanding with the president himself. But okay, what if they do come? What if the cavalry comes crashing through my gate? Monroe raised his shoulders in a dramatic shrug. Then I'll just spin the vaccine as a new discovery, a miraculous breakthrough, a trial in progress. Bring it on. I'd love to add another Person of the Year cover to my wall. Monroe stopped in front of Nick and shook his head with disappointment. But Nick, your biggest mistake is that even if I wanted to take your deal, how do I know you won't call him anyway? Or that you haven't called already? He leaned in and delivered his big conclusion. Your offer carries no weight because it's unenforceable, and that leaves me with only one option. He looked Nick up and down with disgust. It's a bluff and it's thin. Get rid of him. Hunziker grinned and pulled on tactical gloves. Okay, big shot, let's take a ride. 2 soldiers grabbed Nick, slammed him to his knees, and zip-tied his hands behind his back. Hunziker started to escort Monroe back to his car. I'll take it from here, Doc. You don't need to stick. General, he's got something on him, one of the soldiers yelled. Hunziker spun to see the soldier peeking inside Nick's jacket. It's a bunch of wires, the soldier said. Everybody back, Hunziker signaled. Guns up. Everyone scrambled back and 10 guns fixed on Nick. He kneeled on the pavement, hands tied behind his back, an evil grin spreading across his face. Blitzkrieg, on me. Blitzkrieg rushed to Hunziker's side like a rabid dog. Put a gun on him. If he blinks wrong, take his head off. Blitzkrieg raised his rifle, fingered the trigger, and licked his lips. Hunziker pointed. Okay, Big Ron, you go check him carefully. Big Ron crept toward Nick, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He pinched Nick's jacket with 2 quivering sausage fingers and peeked inside. Careful, Ronnie, nice and easy, slow was slow. Nick grinned up at Hunziker. What you looking at, dead man? Hunziker glared back. You shouldn't have taken her. Nick shook his head. You're about to witness true collateral damage. Hunziker placed a hand on his sidearm and glanced around the perimeter. General, Monroe said as he backed away. Should we? Hunziker raised a hand and silenced him. Big Ron fished inside Nick's jacket. It's a walkie-talkie, sir, but like taped down. Hunziker relaxed and cocked his head. What? A walkie-talkie? What do you mean taped down? Big Ron turned, dangling the walkie-talkie from its wired earpiece like it might bite. The talk button, it's taped down. Hunziker's gaze drifted into space as he connected the dots. He's not alone. Hunziker spun to Monroe, eyes wide with panic. He's here, the hell frog. 46. Brian pulled his earpiece and strode from the shadows with his pistol extended. He glided across the short parking lot toward a 3-story brick building, advancing on a circle of 4 guards laughing at a cell phone video. He stalked straight at them, gun up, smooth and confident, an elite warrior with complete commitment and zero hesitation. "Hands up," Brian boomed. They flinched and spun, eyes wide. The closest guard dropped his phone and went for his sidearm. Brian squeezed the trigger twice, and the man crumpled. The others reached for their weapons. Brian placed a steadying hand under his pistol butt and strafed sideways toward the building. 6 shots rang out in tidy pairs. All 3 men were down before a single one returned fire. Brian put his back to the building, ejected the magazine, and slammed a new one home. He looked back at the sprawling grid of luxury mobile homes he'd emerged from. They were laid out across a large field beside the main complex and bordered by a tall chain-link fence that surrounded the whole campus. No activity. He scanned the main complex. Nothing. He replaced his earpiece and heard yelling. "Get the girls," Monroe said. "Brian," Nick shouted. 8 men, heavily armed, coming in 3 trucks. "Go, go, go," Hunziker said. "Shut that fucking thing off, get him out of here." A rough dragging noise, then silence. Brian glanced at his watch. Even though he was in the back corner of the complex and they were at the front gate, he didn't have long. He dropped the earpiece and stepped off the wall, reaching behind him to unclip the walkie-talkie from the back of his belt. A red freight train rammed him from behind, sprawling him on the ground, sending the pistol spinning across the pavement. Brian rolled onto his back, and a massive soldier leapt into a full mount on top. The soldier raised both hands above his head, exposing a red T-shirt with black Nazi Schutzstaffel SS lightning bolts, and swung down a double hammer fist. Brian dodged the blow, pulled the man down by the back of the neck, and locked his head into a tight hug with one arm. With his free hand, Brian drew his combat knife and buried it in the soldier's leg. Schutzstaffel howled and rolled off, gripping the handle. Brian got to his feet, and a muscle-bound skinhead with an Iron Cross tattoo on his neck grabbed him by the lapels and drove him backward into the brick wall, slamming the wind out of him. Brian pulled his tactical knife. Iron Cross kicked it away and punched him in the gut. Brian gasped and pulled the man in close, hanging the weight of his giant frame off his opponent's neck. Then, like releasing a coiled spring, Brian shoved him off hard, and Iron Cross reeled backward, spreading his hands for balance. Brian attacked the opening with a series of thunderous blows, then grabbed him by the lapels and delivered a wrecking ball headbutt. Behind them, Schutzstaffel had drawn his pistol and was aiming in their direction. Brian dragged a stunned Iron Cross between them just as Schutzstaffel fired, blocking the shot. He grabbed Iron Cross' sidearm and drew it with lightning speed as he let the man drop to the ground. 2 shots and Schutzstaffel went limp. Brian leaned against the wall, checked his surroundings, and began box breathing, 4 counts in, 4 counts full, 4 counts out, 4 counts empty. Repeat. Suddenly he sensed eyes on him. Brian spun and aimed at a soldier frozen at the far corner of the building. The boy was scrawny with a patchy beard and pocked skin like a mangy stray dog. He stood in a wide stance with his fly down, piss stains down his pant leg, arms limp at his sides, gawking with his mouth open. Brian pulled the trigger. It clicked. Iron Cross mag was empty. Brian dropped the pistol and eyed his gun 20 yards away. Too far. He locked eyes with mangy dog. The boy reached for his sidearm. Brian started toward him, head down, breath steaming from his nostrils, snarling like a fearless lion advancing on a helpless gazelle. Mangy dog tugged at his pistol, but it was stuck in the holster. He fumbled for his knife, drew it and lost his grip, the blade flipping through the air. He pulled a stun gun, extended it straight out and squeezed sparks. Brian raised his fists and gained speed. "Come on." Mangy dog dropped the stun gun and yanked at his stuck pistol. It came loose with a loud crack as he accidentally pulled the trigger. The boy howled and crumpled to the ground, clutching his boot with both hands. Brian picked up the gun, stood over him, and cocked the hammer. "The girls, are they inside?" "Yes." He winced and rolled as blood oozed from a hole in his boot. Brian reached down and snatched a white badge off Mangy Dog's belt. "Will this open the door?" "Yes," he gasped. Brian tossed the gun down a sewer and headed for the front door. Brian entered the lobby and crept to a set of double doors immediately ahead. He leaned against them and heard a muffled commotion inside, thumping, yelling, then a girl's scream, Zoe's scream. He gripped the handle and cocked his pistol, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Brian burst through the door and aimed straight ahead. 32 pregnant teens stared up in shock. Brian blinked, frozen at the strange sight. They were casual and relaxed, wearing yoga pants and sweatshirts, lounging on plush couches, sipping tea, reading books, watching TV, stretching, like college girls hanging around the dorm common room. Zoe was seated in a chair in the middle with 3 girls gathered around her. One was braiding her hair, one was holding up a hand mirror, and one was applying the finishing touches to her elegant makeup. "Dad!" Her face lit up and she rushed to him. He holstered his pistol and scooped her up in a big leg-wrapping hug. "Aw!" The girls clicked and cooed. He put her down and she touched his forehead. "Oh my God, what happened to?" He pulled her toward the door. "We gotta go." "But wait. Now." She waved as she stumbled out the door. "Bye, girls." "Bye, Zoe." They waved back with bandaged hands. Brian peeked out the front door. All clear. He put a hand on Zoe's back. "Out the door across the parking lot into the mobile homes as fast as you can. Ready?" "Ready," she nodded. "Stay behind me. 3, 2, 1, go." They burst into the parking lot and raced toward the mobile homes. Brian scanned the horizon as he sprinted, then glanced back at Zoe and stopped short. She was frozen, staring at the carnage in the parking lot, 6 dead, 1 wounded. "Dad, did you?" "Eyes up, focus on the mission." He grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. She stumbled after him down a long column of mobile homes. They raced ahead, row after row, past a soldier lying face down on the grass. Another slumped against a mobile home, 2 more slashed and limp in a pickup truck. He pulled her along. "Keep going, we're almost there." Skidding tires and shouting men echoed from the parking lot behind them. "Down!" Brian pulled her into a squat behind the last mobile home. "Dad, wait," she whispered between breaths. "We have to go back." "No chance." Brian peeked back at soldiers sprinting into the dorm. "But they took Abby. Dr. Teddy, he's doing a C-section." Brian winced. "Nick can get Abby. We're getting out of here." "But they're going to." He grabbed her. "Listen, we have to move right now. Look there, see that hole in the fence? We're gonna run for it, 50 yards through the open field, fast and low. Duck through and go straight into the woods. Hike 5 minutes, cross the river, and there's an old gravel road. Herman's truck is waiting there. Jump in and drive like hell." He drew his pistol. "If anything happens to me, you keep going. Do not stop." "Dad, no." She grabbed his arm. He put a firm hand on her back. "Ready." She crouched and dug her toes like a sprinter on the blocks. "Ready." He scanned the perimeter. "I'll be right behind you. 3, 2, 1. 47. Nick sat in front of Monroe's mahogany desk, his zip-tied hands resting politely on his crossed legs, and watched the doctor pace. "How could you do this?" Monroe said. "Unleash some savage on our peaceful community." "I'm sorry, doctor," Nick said calmly, "but you unleashed the savage the moment you took his daughter." Monroe dropped into his chair. Time, we need time, as much as possible. He was hell-bent on blowing this place up, Nick said, but I convinced him to let me negotiate. I tried to avoid this, Dr. Monroe, and I will do everything I can to bring it to a peaceful resolution. Monroe picked up his phone. I need to get him talking. Why are you doing this? Nick gestured at the wall of framed articles and magazine covers. You've helped more people than anyone. Hell, you saved the world and now you want to end it. Why? Monroe ignored him, absorbed in his phone. Okay, let's try to find a nerve. Is it the money? Hey, I get it. I've worked with leaders at your level. Sometimes you need a bold new strategy to drive growth. Monroe scoffed without looking up. Is it fame? The 5 cures are old news. It's time to get back in the spotlight. Please, Monroe scrolled. Okay, legacy then. You're the genius who saved mankind. How do you move up from there? You play God, restart man in your own image. Monroe looked up and glared. Bingo. Legacy. Monroe placed his phone face down. You got it backwards. I doomed mankind, now I'm trying to undo the damage. Nick leaned in as if Monroe had said something shocking. Doomed? You eliminated our worst diseases, saved 10 million lives. You're a hero. No, no, no. Monroe shook his head like an impatient professor. My cures, they reversed natural selection. Now the least fit survive just as long, if not longer, than the rest of us. Fan that flame. How can that be? The people who get heart disease, stroke, COPD, diabetes, Alzheimer's, 9 out of 10 times they're sick because of their own foolish choices. They drink, smoke, do drugs, eat junk. They are undisciplined, selfish, ignorant. These people used to have shorter lifespans, evolution in action, but now they're free to indulge with no consequences. I gave the worst of us a free pass. Nick nodded. And a longer lifespan means greater reproduction, which means they're shifting our evolution in their direction. Exactly. Monroe gestured at Nick, acknowledging the point as correct. Since I cured heart disease, the average American has gained 25 pounds. Since I cured COPD, smoking rates in Europe have increased tenfold. Since I cured diabetes, global sugar consumption is up 600%. Monroe leaned back, wading through a bitter memory. The night I accepted my Innovator Award, I was waiting outside for my car when a man came up to me. He thanked me for saving his life. Happens all the time. Monroe voiced the man in a mocking tone. Oh, thank you, Dr. Teddy. I was dying of stage 4 COPD, got your treatment for free through the government, and now I'm better than ever. It's a miracle. Monroe looked nauseated. He was fat and greasy, reeked of liquor and marijuana, cigarette dangling from his mouth, sipping a big gulp through rotten teeth. Well, a week later, I'm doing my morning reading, and I come across an article. The FBI broke up a cybercriminal ring that was using social media to deal knockoff Chinese cigarettes to underage kids. And there, at the top of the article, was this guy's disgusting mugshot, staring up at me. That was the moment I knew I made a mistake. Monroe shrugged. The world loves me because I cured our deadliest diseases, but I left one behind, our worst evil. Keep him going. Evil, Nick shifted to counter. Okay, sure, so some people abuse it, maybe they don't deserve it, but surely you've helped good people too. I mean, on the whole, your cures have done a lot more good than harm, right? Monroe shook his head and pushed back from his desk. You're missing the bigger picture. He began to pace. For the last 100 years, man has been advancing at an astounding rate, unlocking a series of wonders in science and technology. But the human mind is regressing, returning to ignorance, tribalism, hostility, sliding back to the Dark Ages. It's not a speed bump. It's not a growing pain. Our monkey minds are rejecting progress. The great astronomer Carl Sagan noted it first. Monroe pulled a book from his bookshelf and straightened to deliver the quote. I have a foreboding of an America in my children's or grandchildren's time when, clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, we slide, almost without noticing, back into superstition and darkness. He looked up and closed the book. He wrote that in 1995. So what will happen to us? Nick asked like an inquisitive student trying to keep up. Monroe sat solemnly like a doctor delivering a devastating prognosis. We're regressing back to our base nature, Nick. And underneath it all, at our core, we are monsters, savages driven by violence, lust, and greed. Look back at history. It's a nightmare on a loop. War, rape, torture, slavery, labor camps, medical experiments, again and again and again, since the dawn of man. Monroe began a count on his fingers. The violence is hardwired. What other creature rounds up its peers to systematically murder them out of existence? You're talking about the Holocaust. Am I? Or am I talking about Holodomor, Stalin's man-made terror famine that killed 10 million Ukrainians? Or the Cambodian genocide, where 1/3 of the country was wiped out through labor, starvation, and torture? Or the Armenian genocide? Or the Rwandan genocide? We act as if these things are appalling anomalies, distant tragedies to be studied with solemn reflection. But the truth is their routine throughout history. 18th century, the Selknam people are exterminated using a hand-and-deer bounty system to free up their land for European ranchers. 10,000 years of history, gone in a decade. 17th century, 60,000 innocent people are tortured and executed in the European witch trials, a barbaric purge of women, the elderly, and nonconformers, which, by the way, is still happening today across sub-Saharan Africa. 16th century, the Diet of Augsburg decrees, whosoever kills a gypsy will be guilty of no murder, and unleashes a horrifying purge. But 11 years later, they realized they went a bit too far and outlawed the drowning of Romani women and children. On and on and on, all the way back to the first genocide, 149 BCE, the Third Punic War, when Rome marched through Carthage and slaughtered all 500,000 residents in 7 days, men, women, children. Only the last 50,000 were spared as slaves. Man's capacity for cruelty is limitless. No other animal does this. No other animal puts so much time and energy into inflicting pain on its peers. There are entire museums dedicated to the long and gruesome history of human torture. Not just one, but 17 worldwide. Let him run. Nick's eyes widened like a student spellbound by a brilliant professor. Monroe counted 2 on his fingers. The lust is hardwired. Did you know, over the last 100 years, the Catholic Church has sexually abused nearly 1 million children worldwide? It's an incomprehensible number. If I told you that tonight one priest will rape 1 child, you would be sick, outraged. But 1 million, all you can do is shrug. He counted 3. The greed is hardwired. Since the dawn of organized society, we've been putting profits over people. Big tobacco, big pharma, big food, big agriculture, capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, slavery. It's all the same thing, an irresistible urge to subdue others and collect far more than we need. Monroe leaned in and whispered, "When I released my 5th cure, the president called to congratulate me. Do you know what he said?" Nick shook his head. "Slow down. We were working on the next 5 big killers, but hospitals and drug companies were seeing profits plummet from the first 5. It was a modern version of the cancer problem. The cancer problem. Monroe sat back and reacted like it was obvious. We've had the cure for cancer since 1977. The medicine was easy. The economics were the problem. A cancer patient is worth $250,000. A cure would put drug companies, hospitals, doctors, and researchers out of business. They couldn't find a way to make it profitable, so why bring it to market? Monroe leaned in and his face darkened. The endless tragedy, it's us. It's not an accident, it's not our environment, it's not a problem of government or culture or education. It happens again and again and again across time and space. It's an undeniable pattern. There's something evil in us, and there always has been. But if that's true, if the evil is hardwired, then how did it get there? Nick asked. Monroe stood up and grabbed a red dry erase marker. If we look back 300,000 years, there were 9 different species of humans on Earth. He circled areas on an erasable world map beside the bookshelf. Neanderthals in Europe, Denisovans in Asia, Red Deer Cave people in China, etc. But by 10,000 years ago, 8 of them were gone, extinct, replaced by one dominant species, Homo sapiens. Why? He crossed through each circle. We weren't better hunters. That award goes to Homo rhodesiensis in Africa. We weren't smarter. Neanderthals had much bigger brains. So what happened? He capped the marker and tossed it on his desk. We were more savage, driven by violence, lust, and greed, masters of rape and murder. We killed all the men and raped all the women until there was no one left. 8 extinctions. One giant accidental genocide. He sat down, face grave. We are all descended from the original mass murderers. He leaned in and a sinister grin crept across his face. You've felt it, haven't you? The desire to crush your enemies, the urge to take something that's not yours. He sat back. We all have. It's part of being human. He stood and turned to his bookshelf. Or perhaps you're a religious man, prefer creation over evolution. He plucked a Bible from the top shelf and wielded it like a preacher. Just look at Christianity. The largest religion in the world says that an almighty God, a big daddy in the sky, impregnated a 12-year-old girl with a son who grew up to be the divine Messiah. He was murdered by greedy Jews, a vilified minority group, after they drove thorns through his skull, whipped him to pieces, nailed him to a board, and stabbed a spear through his side. Now his followers worship a magical effigy of his tortured body on a cross. Every week they gather to eat his corpse and drink his blood as a reminder that we're all born into original sin, our souls stained with inherent wickedness. He dropped the Bible on his desk with a thud. It's the same story. He sighed and delivered his conclusion. The evil is within us, hardwired deep in our brain, and I'm going to tear it out. By replacing the savage masses with enlightened thinkers, Nick prompted. Exactly. We are 2 species in one, the thoughtful man and the genocidal monkey. It's time to leave the monkey behind to liberate the best of the human mind, logic, reasoning, problem-solving, language, from the monkey's endless rage, lust, fear, and greed. Like your ACE therapy. Monroe grinned. Indeed, just like that. I'm going to end our infinite loop of pain and suffering, and the only way to break the cycle is a complete genetic reset, a new beginning, a fresh start. Yes, it will be painful in the short term. But within 1 generation we'll be an entirely new, an exponentially better species, thriving in a peaceful paradise. Nick leaned back, digesting, pondering. Monroe lowered into his chair. If I'm wrong, Nick pointed out, but you agree, I can tell. Keep him going, we need more time. Well, I follow your logic, I see the bigger picture, but Well, what makes you any different? I mean, aren't you killing more people than anyone who ever lived? What's different? Oh, come on, everything. Both the intention and the result. This isn't an act of cruelty or greed or lust, it's an act of mercy. We are racing toward extinction. How long until we wipe ourselves out? I mean, do you really think we'll still be here in 1,000 years? He shook a finger. Nature is coming. She may be fast, she may be slow, but she's coming. Our bill is long past due, and she always collects. He looked Nick up and down. What about you? Helping the powerful avoid disaster, is that not its own form of artificial selection? Survival of the richest, extending the lifespan of some of the most violent, greedy, lustful people on Earth. He did his research. Nick shifted uncomfortably. What do you want me to say? Yes, it's bad out there, companies, governments, churches, people, all corrupt, all operating from a place of, he wrestled with the word, evil. Nick leaned in. But you only told half the story. What about the helpers, the guardians, the martyrs, the saints, the people who, every day, resist the darkness and shine a light? They're still out there, toiling in the shadows, and you're going to wipe them out. Monroe nodded a bittersweet smile. It's true, some good people will be lost, but in our grand story it's just another chapter of evolution. War, famine, pestilence, they've all offered great resets throughout history. 99% of all species that ever lived are now gone. Extinction is the rule. Survival is the exception. In fact, he picked up the Bible and opened to the bookmark ribbon. God saw that the earth was corrupt and filled with violence, the wickedness of man was great, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And he spoke, Behold, I will bring a great flood upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, and everything that is in the earth shall die. He gently placed the Bible down and straightened. I am Noah, bringing the rains to cleanse the earth and begin mankind anew. The office door burst open. They both startled and stood. Brian stumbled in, hands zip-tied behind his back, face cut and bruised, his posture hunched and defeated. Hunziker strutted in behind, shirt stained with blood, his face dark and battle-worn. Zoe followed, Blitzkrieg's hand on her lower back. Wiretap entered last. Compound secure, Hunziker said with a tired rasp. Shit, I thought they'd be gone by now. The girls, are they all right? Monroe asked, his face concerned. They're good. All accounted for. Your docs are checking them out now, but Hunziker nodded at Brian. Don't worry, he ain't the type. He cut a hole in the fence by the back corner of the compound near the girls' dorm. They had a truck stashed in the woods on the old gravel road. We brought it in. He put up a good fight, but not good enough. He slugged Brian in the stomach, doubling him over. Monroe raised his hands with disgust. General, please, not in my office. Take him outside. You can keep the girl, Hunziker said, but these two, they are mine. Monroe considered a moment, then nodded. Drop her at the clinic for another exam. The others, do what you will. Zoe clasped Brian's arm. Dr. Teddy, please. Let's go, sweetheart. Hunziker pulled her off Brian. You too, he beckoned to Nick. I'm sorry, Nick, Monroe sighed, but you shouldn't have come back. Dr. Monroe, wait, Nick pleaded as Hunziker pulled him toward the door. We need to talk, give me 5 minutes, just hear me out. Monroe sat and dismissed Nick with a backhanded wave. Hunziker gave a firm tug. Blitzkrieg dragged a crying Zoe toward the door. The radio on his belt crackled and he picked it up and spoke. Come again. He held it to his ear and strained to listen over the commotion. Boss, we've got a vehicle at the gate. Hunziker turned, concerned. Monroe looked up, curious. Blitzkrieg listened to the radio and repeated, 2 men, armed. The room went silent. Hunziker and Monroe looked at each other, then at Nick. Is it a government vehicle? Monroe rose from the desk and pointed at the radio. Ask him. Blitzkrieg turned up the radio. Ronnie, does it look like feds? The radio hissed. Nah, it's a shitty pickup. Hunziker looked at Blitzkrieg. Go check it out. Don't engage unless. The radio crackled. We got 2 more vehicles approaching, 3 men in each, all armed. What's the order here? Monroe looked at Hunziker with panic in his eyes. Hunziker drew his sidearm and leveled it at Nick's head. What the fuck is this? Nick slowly turned to Monroe, a vengeful grin on his face. You were right, it was a bluff. I've been trying to reach my brother for 3 days, but I can't get through. So I called someone else, someone much more powerful than a senator, more powerful than Congress, more powerful than the president. He cocked his head, as if sharing an interesting fact. Did you know that T.J. Chandra has 125 million followers on Apocalyptic? That's a third of the U.S. population. That kind of reach, wow. Wiretap, Hunziker lowered his pistol. Wiretap tapped and scrolled. Oh shit. He froze and his eyes went wide. He began to read. Penicillin is a hoax. I just found out that Dr. Teddy Monroe has a vaccine that is 100% effective against scratch and sniff. It's held at the Monroe Sciences campus in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. I'm on my way right now, meet me there. There will be a mad rush for limited supplies, so hurry and come prepared. Hint, hint. P.S. $1 million reward to the first person who takes a selfie with the vaccine. Wiretap scrolled. And then a bunch of hashtags. #virus penicillin scratch and sniff Monroe Sciences Dr. Teddy selfie prize. It's already trending, 30,000 likes, 15,000 reposts, and 4 more cars, Big Ron crackled. What do we do here, General? We need backup. Monroe stared into space, stunned. They can't get the vaccine. It'll all be for nothing. Hunziker holstered his gun and grabbed the radio. Reinforce the front gate. Assume defensive positioning and do not fire unless fired upon. Nick leaned toward Monroe and spoke calmly. You might want to relocate the girls to a secure location. And if you call now, you still have a chance of putting the local police on crowd control before they decide to try for the selfie prize. Monroe pointed at Hunziker. Move the girls to your bunkers. Call Sheriff Tompkins. Tell him it's a hoax and we need crowd control now. He turned to Nick with rage in his eyes. What have you done? Let us go now and TJ will delete the post. It's only been out for, Nick glanced at his watch, 23 minutes, so those guys are local. But by this time tomorrow, you'll have 1,000 cars at your gate. It's not too late. Monroe fumed. How do I know? It's unenforceable, Nick said, but you've got no other choice. He stared at Monroe. Tick-tock, doctor. Every minute, 10 savages set sail for paradise. Doc, you can't. Monroe raised a hand and cut off Hunziker. If I let you go, you'll delete it, he asked Nick. Nick looked him in the eye. As soon as we get back to TJ, he'll delete it. You have my word. He'll even post a retraction, say his account was hacked by Russian spies or something. Monroe looked at Wiretap. Wiretap shrugged and nodded. We can promote it'll work. Monroe turned to Hunziker. Send a man with them. Make sure it gets done. Doc, Hunziker wound up to object. I'm not. No, Nick said firmly. We go alone. We walk out right now unbothered, and when we get home, we delete the post. Then we disappear. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. Monroe stared at Nick for a long moment, then softly addressed Hunziker. Let them go. Hunziker stormed forward. What? He shot 16 of my guys. There's no way in hell. 15, Brian said, staring at the ground. The fuck you just say? Hunziker stepped into his face. Brian looked up and met his eyes. I shot 15 of your guys. The kid shot himself. Hunziker put a hand on his sidearm, snarling, eyes wide. Monroe touched his shoulder and spoke in a soothing tone. Kurt, we need your leadership at the front gate. Sheriff Tompkins listens to you. Your men follow you. If we don't control this crowd, if they don't delete that post, everything will be lost. Hunziker glared at Brian for a long moment, then whispered, Get out. Monroe gestured to Blitzkrieg. Private Ratliff, remove their zip ties. Blitzkrieg cut them loose. Hunziker raised the radio, fuming. 3 combatants are coming out of the medical staff building and heading to their vehicle at the back gate. They are cleared to leave the compound. Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage. All available units to the front gate now. Hunziker glared at Brian and Nick as they brushed past. Monroe slumped behind his desk and buried his face in his hands. When Nick reached the doorway, he paused, then turned to face Monroe. You got it backwards. Monroe looked up. God brought the rain. Noah built the ark. 48. They rushed down the central road toward the back gate, Brian in front, scanning their surroundings, Nick in back, pinching a map on his phone, and Zoe in the middle. Zoe, Nick whispered as he pulled up alongside her. Where's Abby? They took her away when we arrived. Dr. Teddy said. She winced. What? He's doing a C-section. Nick stopped short, gazing off into the horizon as he analyzed Monroe's motivation. He pulled up a satellite map of the complex and started frantically zooming around. Zoe jogged back to him. He alternated between inspecting the map and scanning the complex, looking for a clue as to where Abby might be. Whatever they're using as a hospital, it's probably one of the newer buildings, maybe even. It's that one. Zoe pointed to a large white building on the other side of the street. Nick looked up, surprised, then looked at Zoe. She shrugged. They brought me in for an exam. Brian rushed up to them. Guys, what's wrong? We gotta go. Abby's in there, Nick pointed. Let's grab her. What? Are you crazy? I'm getting Zoe out of here before Monroe changes his mind. The building is right here and everyone's at the front gate. Nick gestured around the silent complex. We can do it, in and out. If we don't get her now, we'll just have to come back later with something bigger and riskier. We've got a tiny window of opportunity here. Let's take it. Dad, we can't just leave her here. Brian's tired gaze jumped between their faces, and he sighed. You're killing me, Nick. He grabbed Zoe's hand and started toward the hospital building, grumbling. At least the Navy gave us time off between missions. You get time off, Nick called after him, then muttered with a shrug, as soon as we reach New Zealand. They crept down the 4th-floor hallway of the hospital building. This is where they brought me, Zoe whispered. Right into this. Get off me, Abby's voice echoed from down the hall, followed by shattering glass. They rushed to an operating room door and pressed against the wall outside. Stop moving, a stern man said. If we miss, you could be paralyzed. Metal instruments clattered across the tile floor. Fine, you don't want the epidural, we'll do it the hard way. Nurse Vargas, hold her hips. Nurse Jacobs, hand me that scalpel. No, Abby roared. Brian burst through the door. Abby was flat on the operating table, 2 nurses and 2 doctors holding her down. Her sweatshirt and leggings were pulled back to expose a beach ball belly marked with a dotted black line. Another pair of doctors and nurses stood over her, poised to operate. They looked up in shock at Brian menacing in the doorway, sweaty, blood-stained, bruised. his wide eyes jumping from face to face, scanning for combatants. Nick stepped in from behind Brian and smirked at Abby. "Final boarding call, unless you'd rather stay here." Her eyes widened, and she started to squirm out. "You can't be in here, sir," the head doctor said, scowling at Brian through thick glasses. "We're in the middle of a medical procedure." "Is that what you call this?" Nick said. "Let's go, Abby." The doctor pointed his scalpel at Brian. "You need to leave now." Brian's eyes flashed wide and he advanced, tossing aside a surgical tray and closing on the doctor like an attack dog given a command. The doctor threw the scalpel on the floor. His arms went vertical. Brian stopped in his face and snarled. Nick nodded to Abby. "Let's go." She jumped off the table and fixed her clothes. As she rushed toward the door, she flipped off the head doctor with her gauze-wrapped hand. "First, do no harm, asshole." They moved into the hallway, Brian backing out last. "Everyone stays in here," he said to the frozen surgical team. "Come out and I'll be standing there, I promise." They raced down the hall and tapped the elevator button. "You okay?" Nick said to Abby. She nodded and looked back. "Just get me out of here before." A shrill alarm startled them and emergency lights began to flash. A stern voice came over a loudspeaker. "Code pink. We have a code pink." The elevator dinged and opened. Brian extended an arm, blocking Nick. They called it in. "Look." He pointed out the window at a pickup barreling down the road toward their building. "Come on," Abby beckoned. "I know another way." She led them back down the hall. As they passed the operating room, Brian thumped the window with a hammer fist, flashed a wild glare, and pointed at the head doctor. Everyone's hands shot up. They raced to a back stairwell, panting down 4 flights of cold concrete until they reached the basement level. They turned down a long hallway and sprinted to the steel door at the end. "Through here." Abby pushed it open. "There's a way out on the other side." They streamed into the room and automatic lights flickered over a large chemistry lab. Abby strode to a back door on the opposite side. She turned the handle and pulled. It didn't budge. She turned again and tugged. Nothing. Her eyes fell to a security pad with a red light. "I had a badge." Brian patted his pockets. "I think they took it." Nick looked back. "Break through now or let's go back up. We don't want to get trapped down here." Brian scanned the room, then looked down at the lab counter next to him. He scooped up a giant glass chemical bottle sitting beside a microscope. "What's this? Can it melt through the lock?" Abby squinted at the label. "No, that's just—" The front door burst open and Blitzkrieg rushed in, gun drawn. Behind him followed a hulking soldier with a name tag that read Big Dave Dunnigan and a stumpy soldier named Little Dave DeMarzo. Old Glory wobbled in last. "Hands, hands, hands." Blitzkrieg closed in, pinning the group against the back door with their hands up. Monroe and Nurse Vargas scrambled in, red-faced and huffing. Old Glory mumbled into his radio, and the code pink alarm went silent. For a long moment, Monroe just stood and glared, blinking, face twitching, his usual air of academic prestige replaced by raw, unfiltered rage. "Dr. Monroe, the deal still stands." Nick stepped forward, hands up. "If you let us go now with Abby, we'll delete the post in 10 minutes. Better to lose one mother than risk all 33, right? And we are done negotiating." Monroe's voice trembled. "You've burned me twice. There will not be a third time." He turned to Old Glory. "Lieutenant Dobbins, activate our backup location and ready the buses for departure." Old Glory scurried out the door. "Nurse Vargas, prepare the OR for an emergency C-section." She rushed out. Monroe closed the door and locked it. He slowly turned back to Nick, his face sinister. "Blitzkrieg." "Sir," Blitzkrieg licked his lips, gun locked on Brian. "Shoot them all, not Abby." Nick stepped forward. "Wait." Blitzkrieg turned his gun on Nick. "Do it," Monroe said. Blitzkrieg grinned, closed one eye, and aimed dead center on Nick's forehead. He squeezed the trigger. Brian flashed, blasting Blitzkrieg's arm up as the gun cracked, shattering a glass case above Nick's head. The gun clattered away, and Brian drilled a stunned Blitzkrieg in the throat, sending him stumbling backward, eyes bulging, sputtering, clutching his neck. Nick, Zoe, and Abby scrambled away as Big Dave and Little Dave raised their guns on Brian. Brian launched the giant chemical bottle off the counter into a steel pipe above their heads, raining down glass shards and blue liquid. The soldiers frantically spat and swiped their eyes. With a single long step, Brian was on them, bludgeoning Big Dave with the base of a microscope and driving Little Dave through a glass cabinet. Brian picked up the microscope and turned to Monroe, pulsing with bloodlust. A shot rang out and everyone ducked. All eyes turned to the front of the lab, where a snarling Blitzkrieg held Zoe in a rear headlock, gun pressed to her temple. Brian dropped the microscope and slowly raised his hands. "Dad, I'm sorry." Zoe fought back tears. He gazed at her with deep affection. "No, Zoe, I'm sorry." Big Dave rose and raised a pistol to Brian's head. "Good to go." Monroe nodded. "Close your eyes, Z-Bird," Brian said sweetly. "I love you." Zoe squeezed her eyes shut and winced. Big Dave cocked back the hammer. Brian gently closed his eyes. "Stop," Abby commanded. "Let them go." Everyone looked to the corner. She was standing with her back against an open supply cabinet, one hand on her belly, the other holding a small glass chemical bottle by her mouth. "What are you doing?" Monroe asked, his voice a mix of confusion and concern. He eased closer, squinting at the label on the bottle. His eyes went wide with horror. "Abigail, are you out of your mind? Put that down right now." Little Dave started toward her, and Abby tilted the bottle against her bottom lip, liquid dancing at the rim. Monroe blocked his path. Wait, stand down, Private," he said calmly, and began to drift toward Abby. "She won't do it. She won't hurt her babies." He closed in, palm extended. "She's going, hand me that." Abby tipped the bottle, liquid splashed across her lips. "No," Monroe recoiled. Abby spit on the floor and roared, "Get back." Monroe reeled backward. "Everyone back, give her room now." The soldiers backed up, startled by the doctor's panic. Abby glared at Monroe, eyes vengeful and wild. "Badges." Nick stepped forward, hand extended. "Badges here, everyone." Nick collected the badges, swiped the back door, and opened it wide. Zoe and Brian rushed out into a concrete stairwell. He held the door and nodded to Abby. "Let's go." "No, no, no." Monroe stomped forward, hands waving. "Blitzkrieg, if she sets one foot out that door, shoot them all, starting with Abby." Nick glared at him. "She stays." Monroe glared back. "That's the deal, take it or leave it." Abby death stared at Monroe, her gauze-wrapped hand trembling the bottle, its little waves reaching for her lips. "Go," she said softly. "No." Nick shook his head, racing through the options. "I just need." "Go," she yelled, a lifetime of pain and frustration and sadness washing through her eyes like a dark, crushing wave. "Come on, Nick." Brian pulled him out the door into the stairwell. The lab door swung shut and locked with a sharp echo. Nick backed toward the stairs, his gaze locked on Abby shrinking in the little window frame, her eyes shimmering and darting between the soldiers and Monroe, like a fawn cornered by hungry wolves. Brian dragged him to the stairs and shoved him forward. "Nick, let's go." Nick stumbled up the stairs, pausing halfway for one last look. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. 49. They rushed toward the back gate, Nick slowing to look back at the hospital building. "Keep going." Brian pushed him forward. "It's like you said, we'll resupply in New Zealand and come back for her, and we'll keep coming back until she's free." He pointed ahead to the Ark glistening in the small parking lot facing the open gate. "But right now, we need to go." They reached the parking lot and Brian strode toward the driver's seat. Nick pointed Zoe toward the passenger seat. "You take front." Nick opened the rear passenger door and stopped for one last look back. He gripped the door's edge, his mind racing. "There's no way to get her, we have to come back. By then Monroe will have moved to a backup location. If we could somehow track her." A memory flashed in his mind, a brief moment stretched long across a wave of heartache. Abby staring into the falling snow with glassy eyes, tugging at the straps on her knapsack, kicking streaks into the fresh powder, her jaw chattering as she quietly argued with some invisible adversary. Focus. How do you track her? Hide a phone on their bus. Give her a way to signal their location, or check nearby. Another memory flickered in his mind. Abby dunking a tube of cinnamon rolls, raising her arms. "Touchdown. Check nearby properties owned by Monroe Sciences," and his focus cracked and the moments flooded in. Abby spinning on the loading dock in the yellow apron. "Ta-da." Abby staring into the fireplace. "If I'm a famous doctor, I'll always have a home." Frustration bubbled up inside. Abby peeking over the comforter, giggling at his apron spin. "You promise." "I promise." Frustration swirled and thickened into rage. Abby shrinking in the little window frame, her eyes shimmering and darting. A fawn cornered by hungry wolves. "I'm so sorry." And then he smelled it, burning, everything burning, all at once. And strangely he liked it, found comfort in it, savored it. He inhaled deeply. Rage hardened into resolve. A final image took hold. Dana gazing into his eyes, squeezing his shivering hand, whispering, "Save the good ones." Brian started the Ark. "All right, let's roll." Nick's door slammed. Brian revved the engine, the Ark roaring like a lion. He tapped their destination into the dash as he narrated the plan. 10 minutes home, 5 minutes load up, 90 minutes to Moose River. We'll make it. Barely, but we'll make it. Brian buckled his seatbelt. "Seatbelts on." Zoe clicked her seatbelt. "On." "Buckle up, Nick." No response. "Nick," Brian looked in the rear view. He spun and blinked at the empty back seat. "Nick." "He's outside," Zoe pointed out her window. Nick was down on one knee, his back to the Ark, hunched over something on the ground they couldn't see. "What the hell?" Brian lowered Zoe's window. "What are you doing?" Brian shouted. "Let's go." Nick dug through something in front of him. "Nick, we need to move now." He kept digging. Zoe looked nervously in her side view mirror. "Dad." Brian checked his rear view. "In 60 seconds, they're gonna be on us. Get in." No response. "Nick, I will leave you behind." Nothing. Brian threw the car in drive. "That's it, we're gone." Nick stepped to Zoe's window with decisive speed, hand extended and dangling a jet-black pendant necklace. 6353 Wantabo Lake. They looked down at the swinging necklace, then back up at Nick. "Swipe this on the security pad at the front gate. The code is 6353. Maya and Cora are expecting you." Brian looked past Nick and saw the bug-out bag half unpacked on the ground behind him. "Nick," he said with concern, "what are you doing?" "I'm going back." "Are you out of your mind? Get in, we'll game plan on the road." Nick stared with iron resolve. "I'm not leaving without her." Brian leaned in. "You go back, you're not leaving at all." Nick didn't flinch. I can live with that. Brian squinted in his rear view, biting the inside of his lip, wincing, wrestling with a decision. Then he looked down at Zoe. Sorry, Nick. We'll see you at the ranch. Nick nodded. Go. Zoe grabbed the necklace and Nick turned from the ark. Hey, Nick, Brian called. Nick turned back. Brian extended a mighty hand to the window. Give him hell, brother. Nick clasped his hand with a solemn nod, a special nod reserved for soldiers charging into impossible odds. Go time. Nick stepped back as the ark peeled out in a cloud of burnt rubber and exhaust. He stood over the half-filled bug-out bag, surrounded by a spread of discarded prepper gear. He reached down into the bag, gripped a butane torch lighter, and slowly rose, squeezing the trigger, a blue flame hissing to life at his side. Nick glared at the complex, a dark figure swirling in an iridescent mist of burnt rubber and gasoline, inhaling fumes, exhaling streams of smoke. His sinister face uplit by a steady blue glow. 50. Nick stuffed the torch in his pocket, threw the bag over his shoulder, and raced away from the back gate. He followed a footpath past the hospital building to a crossroads on the central lawn. A big informational placard declared he was on Teddy's campus quad. Nick did a slow spin, analyzing the perimeter. Medical facilities, administrative buildings, pickup trucks, a groundskeeping shed, school buses, a small pond, a dining hall, patio seating, a long parking lot. All silent. He completed the spin, set his watch timer for 10 minutes, and took a deep breath. Go, he whispered, and started the timer. Nick lowered the bag and pulled out an empty six-pack of soda. Shining a flashlight, he peeked inside the cans. Tracy's homemade smoke bombs had hardened beautifully, their wicks tucked discreetly inside. Perfect. He gave an impressed nod. Boston's queen of comfort. Nick grabbed his 15-in-1 multi-tool and used the pliers to fish inside each can and pluck out the wick. He tucked the six-pack under one arm and moved toward a brick building with big glass doors and shiny lettering. Central Administration. He stepped inside, found the fire alarm, and pulled it, unleashing flashing lights and a deafening ring. He backed toward the entrance, pulled a can from the six-pack, kissed the fuse with his torch and rolled it across the floor. A trail of inky black smoke filled the lobby. Nick backed out of the building and watched the windows darken, lights flashing through the thick smoke like lightning in a thundercloud. He glanced at his watch and repeated the attack on 3 more buildings: the Davis Research and Laboratory Center, Media and Public Relations, and the Gordon T. Chevalier Dining Hall. 2 cans left. Make 'em count. He swung open the door on a beautiful old building and squinted at the lettering above the lobby desk. The Carol F. Emerson Library. Not the library, he muttered. Everybody loves the library. He gently closed the door and turned to the next building, a small modern structure with sparkling glass from top to bottom. Dr. Edward G. Monroe Biographical Museum and Archives. Nick grinned and strutted over. He stepped inside and was welcomed by a life-size hologram of Monroe. Hi there. I'm Dr. Edward G. Monroe, but you can call me Dr. Teddy. How did I get that nickname? Well, there was a young boy named Ben who was receiving my protocol at one of my clinics. Nick pulled the alarm, drowning out the speech. He sparked a can at Monroe's feet and backed out with a wave. He trotted to the last building, IT and Communications. Nick grabbed the fire alarm. Tompkins is here, sir. He's looking for you, a radio crackled across the lobby. Nick turned to see a door ajar, Central Communications. He crept over and peeked inside the empty security room. The main wall was lined with 24 camera monitors and surrounded by intercom controls, backup radios, telecom equipment, servers, computers, laptops, phones, and a big circuit breaker box. The cameras covering the front gate showed 6 angles of chaos, 20 vehicles plus police cruisers, and an uneasy standoff between armed locals, cops, and militiamen. An idea struck. Nick scrambled around the room, opening cabinets, boxes, laptops, covers, server doors, anything with hinges. He swung back into the lobby, opened the emergency fire hose cabinet below the fire alarm, and walked the hose across the lobby into central communications. He secured the nozzle to a server rack in the far corner, opened the multi-tool's blade, and poked a hole through the hose every 12 inches from the nozzle to the door. He closed the door as much as the hose would allow, returned to the cabinet, and cranked the water to max flow. The hose inflated across the lobby floor. When it reached the room, there was a spurting sound followed by a loud hiss, then crashing and banging. Little streams of water trickled under the door. Nick grinned, pulled the fire alarm, and rolled the last smoke bomb. He strode from the building, lights flickering behind him, and marched across a patch of grass to 3 school buses. He plunged the multi-tool's blade into the first tire and tugged it out with a loud hiss. Say goodbye to your lifeboats. He moved methodically from tire to tire, jab pull hiss. He stopped at the last bus. We'll leave one so the girls can get out safe. Not having enough seats will add to the panic, create conflict between Monroe and the militia. Nick swung back to center, grabbed his bag, and headed for 3 pickups lined up by the groundskeeping shed. One by one, he soaked their front seats with lighter fluid and placed 2 camping stove gas canisters on their dashboards. He dug in his bag, then froze at a crackle behind the shed. "I want 4 more men on the wall now," Hunziker barked over a radio. Nick crept behind the shed and found a long tarp pinned down with stones. One corner had blown loose, and a limp arm in a camo jacket hung out. Nick peeked under the tarp at the line of dead militiamen. "Jesus, Brian." He squatted and plucked a radio and a pistol off the first man's belt. Nick thought a moment, pressed the talk button, then winced and released it. He took a deep breath, nodded, and pressed the button again. "I need backup," he yelled at a distance with a slight southern accent. "There's a pack of black fellas storming the gun room. They cut the fence and snatched a mother. Hurry." He scuffed the radio across his jacket, rose, and opened fire on the pickups, emptying the pistol across 3 hoods. He released the talk button and waited. Silence. Was the accent that bad? Maybe there's no gun room. How could they not have a gun room? What if? "This is General Hunziker. Initiate Operation Alamo." "I repeat, Operation Alamo." Anyone not at the front gate swarmed the armory now. "Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill." A grin crept across Nick's face. He tossed the gun under the tarp and placed the radio back on the soldier's belt. He tore a strip of duct tape from his bag, carefully taped down the radio's talk button, and secured the tarp. "Enjoy the white noise." Nick pulled a road flare from the bag and sparked it with the torch, the bursting flame casting a red glow across his smile. He tossed it on the truck seat, and flames roared through the cabin. Nick closed the door and moved to the next truck. As he slammed the 3rd door, his watch went off. He stashed the bug-out bag behind the shed and strode back to center. Nick slowly spun torch in one hand, multi-tool in the other, and admired the scene. The entire complex was burning. 6 buildings seeped thick smoke, their jet-black windows flashing an unsynchronized lightning storm. Water gurgled from IT and communications. 2 school buses slumped on empty tires. 3 bullet-riddled trucks burned behind their windshields. It looked like an army had marched through and gone scorched earth. Nick nodded and started toward the hospital building. 2 pickups barreled down the path straight toward him. He pocketed the torch and multi-tool and took a hard left down another path. He was almost off the quad when another pickup skidded to a stop just ahead, and 3 soldiers leapt out, guns drawn. Nick jogged to them, waving his arms and pointing back. Help! They're back there. They just came through. The soldiers stared past him, eyes wide, mouths open, scanning the quad with shock and awe. They had a girl with them, young, pregnant, white. She was crying. They stared dumbstruck. Nick clapped. Go before they get away. The soldiers snapped from their daze and sprinted past, yelling into their radios, barking conflicting commands. Nick left the quad and strode toward the hospital. As he reached the building, the front doors swung open. Big Dave and Little Dave burst out. They locked on Nick and stopped. Little Dave smirked and reached for his sidearm. Where do you think? A sharp explosion echoed from the quad. They winced and ducked. Two more explosions boomed, and their wide eyes followed three dark clouds rising behind Nick. Nick pointed back. Reynolds, Pruitt, and Stein just spotted the mother on the quad. The thugs must have set some kind of trap for them. You better go. They brushed past Nick and sprinted toward the quad, Big Dave yelling into his radio. We got booby traps on the quad, General. Do you copy? General. Nick stepped inside and marched through the building, past doctors and nurses huddled in dark rooms, down the rear stairwell. He reached the basement level, turned down the hallway and froze. Straight ahead, Blitzkrieg was gently closing the lab door as he backed into the hallway. He turned and stared at Nick for a long moment, then drew his gun and started stalking up the hall. Nick stumbled backward out of the hallway and pressed against the wall. He'll be here before you can make it up the stairs. There are no other exits. He's got a gun, you can't fight him. You've got about 7 seconds. Nick spotted something on the opposite wall, a fire extinguisher. He sprinted across the hallway opening and a shot rang out. The light above him exploded, raining down sparks. The hallway dimmed. Nick pulled the fire extinguisher from the wall, drew the safety pin, and squeezed the trigger handle, spraying a stream of white dust into the stairwell. He wedged the safety pin under the handle, locking the trigger in place, then squatted and rolled the fire extinguisher down the hall. A giant cloud of chemical dust filled the hallway and billowed into the stairwell. Blitzkrieg screamed and coughed, then opened fire, 5 rounds flashing through the thick white haze, cement chips ricocheting around the stairwell. Nick squatted by the hallway entrance like a sprinter on starting blocks. He drew the torch from his pocket and listened as the extinguisher hissed and clanged. Come on, keep going. It sputtered, wait for it. Silence, go. Nick held his breath and charged into the fog. 51. Abby's eyes jumped around the room as the bottle trembled at her lip. Blitzkrieg's crazed smile, Big Dave's stun gun, Little Dave's zip ties, Dr. Teddy's concerned face. Abby, just stay calm, Dr. Teddy said. Let's not do anything rash. Rash, you've literally got me cornered. What do you expect me to do? Dr. Teddy straightened and waved his hands. All right, everybody out. The soldiers looked at him, confused. Sir, Blitzkrieg said, out. Dr. Teddy ushered them out the front door. I'll call you if I need you. They shuffled into the hallway, disappointed. Dr. Teddy placed a lab stool in front of Abby, sat down and crossed his legs. She glared at him. He sighed. You're smart, Abby, probably my smartest, most promising mother, so I'm going to be completely honest with you because I respect you and because you'll know if I'm lying. What is this bullshit? You and I were both scientists, and as I always say, good science is the pursuit of truth, so let's look at some hard truths. He started a count on his fingers. Truth, you are all alone. Your friends are gone and they're not coming back. Even if they survive out there, even if they're crazy enough to come back, we'll be long gone. It's true, they're on their way to the airport now. He counted 2. Truth, you are not a killer. His face softened and he spoke with empathy. You never wanted to be a mother. You're a talented young woman just starting a long and successful career, taking care of 2 babies, he scoffed. Good luck finding the time and energy for MCATs, med school, residency, boards, grants, research. I know you blame me and that's okay, but you wouldn't harm the twins. After all, they're your babies too. I don't want to harm them, I never wanted this. He counted 3. Truth, you belong here. You don't fit in out there, you never have. I bet you never had stable friends or teachers or coaches or even family, right? She held her glare steady, but her vision started to blur. I know because I didn't fit in either. I've been there, you're too smart, too analytical, nobody understands your depth, your passion, your persistence, you're just the weird science kid. He paused and let the phrase sink in. But you haven't fit in here either, and that's my fault. I paired you with Hunziker. He lowered his voice. He's a brute, too thick for your talents and brain power. You belong among enlightened thinkers. The community we're building here will be filled with people just like you. He leaned in and whispered. 2 years from now, Hunziker and his apes will be long gone, trust me. Our community will ascend as the intellectual hub of humanity, and you will be one of our top leaders. A scientist, a researcher, a doctor. He sat up straight and returned to normal volume. You're the future of this place, Abby. And the truth is, I need you. Enlightened thinkers, intellectual hub of humanity. Sounds like Harvard. She lowered the bottle an inch and cleared her throat. Where was all this a half hour ago, when they were about to cut me open? He nodded and raised his hands in submission. I admit I was upset. After the bleach incident, seeing you dragged back in here, half frozen, well, I was worried about your mental health and I wanted to protect our babies. But that was a mistake. I see that now, and I apologize. Mom, I'd like to propose a compromise. Your babies are going to grow up in our community. That's non-negotiable. But your future is completely up to you. You can stay here with them or you can leave. He held out his left hand, presenting the first of 2 options. If you stay, I promise you'll have a safe home for as long as you like. You'll have unrestricted access to all my facilities. Whatever research you want, cancer, rare cancers, right? I can get you everything you need. Space, equipment, materials, funding, subjects, a complete blank check for rare cancer research. Every doctor's dream. I'll set up advisor relationships with the top doctors in my network, anyone you like. I'll pull you away from the matchstick militia and the juvenile mothers and give you private accommodations among the medical staff. My nurses will take care of the babies, and as they grow, you can spend as much or as little time with them as you want. If you'll give this place another chance, give me another chance, I'll give you complete control of your destiny. I'd be a top cancer researcher by, like, tomorrow. And if I want to leave, he held out his right hand. Then I will do everything I can to help you start a new life. Money, transportation, supplies, housing, introductions, whatever you need. You can go anywhere in the world, you can even go join your new friends. And if you ever want to come back and visit the twins, you're always welcome. He rested his hands on his lap. Either way, I'll have Hunziker's adoption papers voided immediately. You can be my daughter until you're 18 or get legally emancipated. Whatever you prefer, I'll have the lawyers draw it up. And you can deliver by C-section early or you can wait for natural birth. Your choice. She squinted at him, weighing her options and his credibility as her hand trembled from fatigue. It's a win-win-win. He smiled and shrugged. You get the freedom to pursue your life. Your children get a safe home and a good future, and I get to see you all flourish, which is all I ever wanted. He leaned in. But you need to choose, Abby, because they're not coming back, and you can't hold that bottle forever. There was a hesitant knock at the door, and Blitzkrieg poked his head in. Sir. Not now. Dr. Teddy waved a hand without looking back. "I'm sorry, sir, but it's urgent." "What is it?" The soldiers shuffled back in. Blitzkrieg cleared his throat. "Some thugs broke into the compound and stormed the armory, sir. There's smoke and gunfire on the quad." "Doctor—" Teddy sighed and hung his head. "Also, sir," Blitzkrieg looked nervously at the other soldiers, "it sounds like they might have grabbed one of the girls." Dr. Teddy's head shot up and he spun to face them. "What might have? What happened? Who is missing?" "We don't know, sir." "You two, go tell General Hunziker I want her back, whatever the cost. Blitzkrieg, you stay here and stand guard." Big Dave and Little Dave rushed out. Blitzkrieg posted at the door. Dr. Teddy turned back, teary-eyed, heartbroken. "This is what people are really like, Abby." He gave a weepy sigh. "Savages attacking science, destroying progress, kidnapping children." He gazed at her with haunted eyes. "The world is a nightmare and we are the monsters. Sooner or later, evil comes for us all." Whoa, he's really upset. He looked deep into her eyes. "I hope you'll stay here with us, I really do. I hate to think of you out there all alone among the wolves. But it's your choice, Abby. Either way, we need to get you to safety now while we still can. Will you get on a bus? You can think about my offer. Whatever you decide, I'll honor it." A distant explosion rumbled, the lab glassware rattled. Dr. Teddy stood and looked at Abby with fear in his eyes. 2 more explosions followed. He extended a hand. "Abby, please." "He's right, they're all wolves. At least with him I'll have a good home, smart peers, a path to becoming a doctor. It's better than being passed around out there again. I mean, what choice do I really have?" Abby gave a defeated nod, placed the bottle on the table, and shook out her hand. "Private Ratliff, scout ahead. Find us a safe path directly to the bus." "Yes, sir." He backed into the hallway and gently closed the door. Dr. Teddy put an arm around Abby and walked her toward the door. "Don't worry. An hour from now you'll be safe and warm in your new—" A gunshot rang out in the hallway. They froze. Then a hissing and clanging. Blitzkrieg screamed and coughed 5 wild shots. They retreated to the back door, Dr. Teddy trying frantically to open it without a badge. A series of thuds. Silence. They stared at the front door in terror. The handle jiggled. Dr. Teddy moved behind Abby and cowered. "Put your hands up. They won't shoot a pregnant girl." The handle slowly turned and the door swung open, spilling white fog into the room. A dark figure loomed in the hallway, an ominous silhouette in the swirling smoke. Dr. Teddy gasped. Nick stepped in, glistening with white dust and sweat, clothes ruffled and torn, a nasty bruise on his temple. His eyes burned with savage intensity and they grabbed her, and instantly she felt it tingle down her arms, heard him whisper in her head, "Together or not at all." 52. Nick watched the courage sweep across Abby's face. In an instant, she straightened and swung an elbow behind her, ramming Monroe in the stomach. He grunted and doubled over. She snatched the chemical bottle off the table and poured it over his head. He howled and scrambled away, knocking over lab equipment as he groped toward the eyewash station. Nick tossed Abby a badge and she opened the back door. They rushed into the stairwell and slammed the door. Nick started toward the stairs. "No, this way." Abby pointed to a dim hallway underneath the stairs. They moved down a slim passage lined with craggy wet stone and dirty yellow lamps, a vestige of an earlier era. Abby stopped at a windowless steel door and looked back at Nick. "Hold your breath. Don't touch anything." 2 gunshots rang out behind them. "He's shooting out the door." Nick nodded ahead. "Go." He sucked in a deep breath and Abby burst through the door. Automatic lights flickered on, illuminating 4 walls of floor-to-ceiling steel cages. Dozens of rhesus monkeys shrieked and banged as they watched Abby and Nick glide across the room toward the back door. Nick's eyes jumped from side to side, and he instantly understood why he was holding his breath. The monkeys were infected with scratch and sniff. On the left, a large monkey was secured in the center of his cage with a tight rubber collar, his palms picked down to the whites of his bones, the newspaper under him crusted maroon. On the right, an emaciated monkey with his hands shackled to the top corners of the cage kicked frantically at the bars. By the back door, a dozen monkeys were split across two large cages, one filled with females and the other filled with babies staring blankly into space. "Hurry!" Abby held the door and beckoned. Nick rushed out. She paused, stepped back inside, and opened the locks on the two large cages. She flipped off the automatic lights and closed the door tight. They moved down the dank hallway to a single door at the end. As Nick touched the handle, screeching and clanging erupted from the monkey lab behind them. Monroe screamed and gunshots rang out. Nick pushed through the door, back into the main hospital. "This way." Abby rushed down a long hallway, past several exam rooms, an operating room, a biosafety lab, and a long one-way mirror. Nick slowed and squinted through the mirror. It overlooked a dark room that had recently hosted a party. There was a dining table lined with aromatherapy diffusers, a TV surrounded by empty beer bottles and cigar butts, a poker table with playing cards, a messy kitchenette, and 2 rows of cots. "Come on," Abby pulled him along. "We're almost there." She swiped the badge and pushed through a set of large double doors. Nick followed inside, turning as he scanned the sprawling industrial warehouse. Enormous vents pumped cold, dry air into the climate-controlled storeroom. Bright overhead lights hung above rows and rows of shipping pallets. Every pallet looked the same. Cardboard boxes branded Monroe Sciences, stacked 8 feet high, plastic-wrapped and ready to ship. Nick leaned in and squinted, looking for labels. "What are these?" She pulled him along. "I don't know." They moved through the warehouse, passing row after row of pallets. "What is all this?" "There's no manufacturing here. This is corporate headquarters. Is it being stored here or shipped out?" They reached a heavy steel door next to the loading dock. "This is it." Abby leaned into the door. "Wait." Nick pulled the multi-tool from his pocket and drew the blade. "Just 1 second." He sliced down the side of a box, peeled back the cardboard, and squinted inside at stacked rows of vials. He pulled one out and read the label, "Monroe Science, Palmer Pruritus Virus PPV Vaccine." He slipped it in his jacket and nodded. "Let's go." They stepped out onto the loading dock, ran down the cement steps, and turned onto the footpath. Abby slowed and looked back at the smoke rising from the quad. Blitzkrieg said someone broke in. "Oh my God, how many were there?" Nick smirked. I'm thinking one." She spun. "You did this." "Well, yeah," he shrugged. "I had to one-up your bleach panic." She grinned, her eyes twinkling. He pointed toward the back gate. "Come on." "Wait," she grabbed his hand. "I know a better way." Nick extended his hand across the shallow brook, and Abby grabbed it, hopping effortlessly from one bank to the flat stone to the other bank. They climbed up the embankment and stepped onto the gravel road. Nick started to run, then glanced back at Abby, who was panting with her hands on her hips. He skidded to a stop. "Come on. We have to keep moving." Abby coughed. "Hey, I'm 9 months pregnant." She started into an exhausted gait. "And I've already done this run once today." She shot him a dirty look as she passed. 6 minutes later, they spilled onto Cradle Cove and rested with their hands on their knees, puffing long clouds of mist. "Now what?" Abby panted. Nick shook his head. He wheezed. "I don't know." "Well," she straightened and gestured. "Talk it out." He nodded. "Okay, basically 2 options, run or hide." If we run, we need a car, she said. No way we can outrun them on foot. Or a boat, he said. I doubt they have boats or the patience for a boat chase. And if we hide? Well, we could go back to one of the original houses, or try a new house, or Herman found an old cabin in the woods. Basically just hole up somewhere and hope they don't find us. But we've got nothing. No supplies, no weapons, no. Let's run, she said decisively. Okay, he nodded. Let's run, which way do? SHH, do you hear that? He strained to listen, then he heard it, a low rumbling sound. They turned and stared back down the gravel road. The top of a yellow school bus bounced over the hazy horizon. He abandoned ship, Nick said. A red pickup swerved wildly around the bus and soared past in a cloud of dust, barreling toward them with determined speed. Run! Abby pulled him away from the gravel road. They raced along the straightaway, then down a hill toward a resort-style home. They'll have a boat, Nick pointed. Come on. They swung into the driveway. A vehicle roared behind them and screeched to a stop at the edge of the driveway. They froze, raised their hands, and slowly turned. The Ark glistened in a cloud of dust and exhaust, engine growling, driver's window down, Brian smirking in aviators and a leather flight jacket. Need a ride? 53. You missed the flight, Nick dropped his hands. Yeah, I tried to delay and they fired me. Brian shrugged. Fuck I got a new job, TJ's personal assistant. The rear door swung open. TJ was sitting at the end of the row, his neck wrapped in a towel secured with duct tape. He turned his whole stiff body to look at Nick, his neck fat pressed up like a turtle. Damn it, Brian, that's not what I was saying. Nick grinned at TJ, then leaned inside to see Dana, Tracy, and Zoe smirking in the far back row. Abby climbed in next to TJ. Nick jumped in, slammed the door, and scooted forward. They're coming. Get us out of here. What? Brian looked back alarmed. How many? All of them. Brian threw the Ark in drive and slammed on the gas, the wheels screeching as they peeled out toward the entrance to Cradle Cove. As they hit the first curve, Hunziker's red pickup roared over the hill behind them. They tore through the woods, riding the twisting road as it swerved around trees and boulders, rose over hills, swooped into ditches. Brian piloted like a stunt driver trying to break a record, accelerating into every straightaway, skidding around every corner. A burst of automatic fire cracked behind them, chewing up nearby trees and sparking off rocks. Nick looked back to see a line of pickups snaking over the distant hill, and he realized why Brian was going so fast. He's trying to keep the woods between us and them. As long as they're not directly behind us, they can't get a clear shot. Brian turned onto a short straightaway and slammed the gas, roaring ahead. As the Ark reached the next curve, Hunziker's truck skidded onto the straightaway behind them and opened fire. The Ark's back window exploded, spraying glass over the far back seats. The lady screamed. Oh, come on. Brian glanced in his rear view. Not her window. Tracy's head popped up. Her. She shook broken glass off her shirt. I know you're not talking about the car right now. The Ark screeched around a corner and bounced up a hill. The distant pickups fired wildly through the woods, several bullets making it through and thumping across the doors. Don't they know she's in here? Dana leaned over Abby, shielding her body. They know. Nick turned to shield Abby's side. They just don't care. The Ark leaned hard around a curve and everyone slid sideways, bunching into each other. Ow, TJ yelled. Got him it, Brian. What happened to slow is smooth and smooth is fast? It doesn't apply when you're getting shot at. Hold on. Brian stepped on the gas and veered off the road. Everyone yelled. They careened through a stretch of sparse woods, bumping and rocking as they shortcut a long curve in the road. When they reached the other side, the Ark tore out of the underbrush and skidded sideways onto the long straightaway that led to the little bridge. Brian peeled out, trying to gain distance from Hunziker before the general reached the straightaway behind them. Nick watched the speedometer 50, 60, 70. They tore past an old sign, speed limit 14. "Slow down," Nick said. "Brian, slow down," Tracy yelled. "Dad," Zoe cried. Brian accelerated, locked on the distant bridge, stone-faced behind his aviators. Hunziker reached the straightaway behind them and opened fire. Everyone ducked as bullets thumped and pinged. "Brian, slow down," Nick pointed ahead. "It's too tight." The broken-down bridge raced toward them, barely wide enough to fit the Ark. The thick woods surrounding it funneled them toward the single narrow exit. Brian accelerated. Everyone screamed and closed their eyes. With a whoosh they soared across, the Ark shuddering with inches to spare. Nick looked back. "Jesus, Brian, that was close." Brian slammed the brakes. "What are you doing?" Nick said. "Go." The Ark fishtailed to a crooked stop in the middle of the road. Brian threw the car in park, oblivious to Nick's protests. The Hell Frog was in command, executing with smooth, automatic precision. He stepped out and grabbed something off the floor. "Keep your heads down." Brian slammed the door and stalked back toward the bridge, moving with deadly purpose, Herman's rusty shotgun held across his chest. Hunziker barreled toward the bridge. Brian aimed the shotgun high and off to the side. He fired and a furious boom echoed through the woods. Hunziker accelerated 20 seconds out. Brian racked the shotgun, fired again. Hunziker thundered ahead 15 seconds out. Brian reached the center of the bridge and stopped. "Come on," he whispered. He racked and fired again. Hunziker accelerated 10 seconds out. "Dad, no," Zoe screamed and tried to scramble out the rear window. Tracy pulled her back. Brian tossed the shotgun down. "Come on," he beckoned at Hunziker. Hunziker closed in on the bridge at unstoppable speed, 5 seconds out. Brian stood his ground, unflinching. A mighty roar thundered from the woods by the bridge's entrance, followed by a flash of black and red. A 1981 Chevy El Camino launched onto the road and slammed headfirst into Hunziker's front wheel like a battering ram. Glass, plastic, and metal sprayed across the bridge. A chunk of bumper tumbled to Brian's feet and rocked in place. Both vehicles hissed and smoked, a giant twisted heap of burning metal jamming the mouth of the bridge. The El Camino's driver's side door creaked open and Herman stumbled out, a nasty gash below his eye. Mikey and Cadillac slipped out from the passenger side. Hunziker's door swung open and he fell out onto all fours. He spit blood and shook his head. Herman started toward him. Hunziker pulled himself up on the door and drew his sidearm, wincing. Herman stalked straight ahead, fearless and committed. Hunziker raised the gun and cocked it, his arm swaying. With a final confident stride, Herman closed the gap and cracked Hunziker with a crushing boxer's hook. The general spun and slumped over his open door, his gun clattering across the ground. Herman glared down at his opponent, then turned and started across the bridge. Mikey shuffled up to Hunziker and jammed a finger in his unconscious face. "No," he scolded, like he was disciplining a dog. He marched after Herman. A line of pickups slowly approached. Brian picked up the shotgun and racked it, staring them down with fire in his eyes. The trucks eased to a stop a healthy distance away. Herman clapped Brian on the shoulder as he strode past. Mikey did the same. They squeezed into the Ark and made a spot for Cadillac. Brian backed away from the bridge and returned to the Ark without a word. He hopped into the driver's seat, closed the door, and buckled his seatbelt. He squinted at a tiny scratch on the dash and gave a disapproving grunt. He reached down and began to buff it out. Everyone stared at him in silent awe. The scratch disappeared. Brian smiled into the rear view. Okay, where to? 54. They cruised north along a single-lane highway through the mountain mist, past a blur of warm fall colors. Wind rippled the mylar blanket duct-taped over the Ark's shattered back window. "So what are we going to do?" Abby asked Nick. "I don't know." He sat back and sighed. "Start with shelter, then food and water. Beyond that, I don't know." Dana eyed the bruise on his temple. "Let me clean that up, Nick." She fished in Brian's bug-out bag and pulled out a first aid kit. "Oh, that reminds me, I've got something for you." Nick drew the Monroe Sciences vial from his jacket and held it up to Dana. She squinted, then her eyes went wide. "Is that?" "I think so," Nick smiled. Abby turned. "It looks exactly like the vaccine he gave me and the other girls. He passed it around during his big speech." Dana fumbled through the first aid kit. "Well then, let's take it." "Now," Nick said. She pulled out a packaged syringe. "The sooner the better. Vaccines take time to work. If we want immunity in 2 weeks, we need to take it now." She grabbed the vial and drew the clear solution into the syringe. "I'll take it first. If I'm okay in 48 hours, we'll inject everyone else." "You sure D," Tracy said. "Who knows what's in that thing?" "No, of course I'm not sure. But can we afford not to? How long until we need to go back out for food, water, medicine? What if we can't find a secluded place to stay? The virus is everywhere, it's coming for us. What choice do we have?" Tracy nodded. Dana rolled up her sleeve and aimed the needle at her shoulder. She held her breath and steadied her hand. Nick grabbed her wrist and spoke softly. "It doesn't make sense." She looked up, confused. He shook his head. "Why unleash a deadly virus to destroy mankind and then stockpile enough vaccine to save everyone? It doesn't make sense." "Money," TJ turned like a stiff turtle. "It's the oldest game in the book. Create the disease, sell the cure." Nick released Dana's wrist. "That's not Monroe. He's got this grand vision, a fresh start for mankind, a great genetic reset, a peaceful paradise. Plus, he's already worth billions." Abby nodded in agreement. "Also," Nick said, "when I threatened to call my brother, he wasn't afraid of Washington finding his vaccine. He said he'd spin it as a miracle cure and enjoy the credit. Why would he do that?" Nick and Abby stared at each other for a moment, both minds turning. Then it clicked, and their eyes went wide in unison. "Ace," she whispered. "Ace." He nodded. "Release a deadly virus worldwide, kill off the dumb and the desperate with a penicillin hoax, and then, when the moment's right, announce a miracle vaccine with Ace hidden inside." "His 6th cure," Abby said. "Fame, fortune, a return to the spotlight, but most importantly, anyone who's still alive rushes to take the vaccine." "And gets Ace along with it," Abby finished. Dana capped the needle. "But wouldn't everybody figure it out?" TJ asked. "I mean, as soon as people started getting vaccinated, there'd be side effects. They'd stop the shots and bust Monroe within a week. Game over." Nick furrowed his brow. They considered in silence. Not if he used germline engineering. Abby turned to Nick, her eyes sparkling. "With a technology like CRISPR, it's easy to selectively alter germline DNA, sperm, and egg cells, without impacting the recipient's somatic cell DNA. Basically, genetic changes only appear in future offspring, not in the person getting vaccinated." "Right," Nick pointed and nodded. "So everyone gets the vaccine, they're protected from the virus, they seem fine. But their future offspring are all ace-programmed, logical, reasonable, cured of irrational emotions." Abby sat back. And within one generation, the entire human genome is rewritten. By the time they figure it out, it's too late, Nick said. Everyone's already vaccinated, mankind is forever changed, and the next generation is. He trailed off as he watched Abby stare down at her belly. She placed a hand on her bump and looked up at Nick, sadness in her eyes. "When did he vaccinate you?" Dana leaned in. They looked at her, confused. "Before or after you were?" Dana looked down at Abby's belly. "Implanted." Abby's face brightened. "After, he vaccinated us during the 3rd trimester, a month before releasing Scratch and Sniff." Dana and Abby smiled at each other. "They're okay," Abby said. "They were already formed." Dana nodded. "The last generation of humans with original code." Abby turned toward the window, smiling and rubbing her belly as she watched the fall foliage stream past. TJ huffed. "So we have to avoid the virus long enough for the vaccine to arrive. A week, a month, a year, 10 years, who knows? And then we have to avoid that too. We're screwed either way." He looked at Nick. "What are we supposed to do?" Nick shrugged. "We plan it out." He patted his jacket pockets. "Focus on solving the first problem in front of us." He patted his pants pockets. "And then the next, then the next." He fished inside his jacket. That's. Dana extended a red marker over the seats. Nick smiled and took it. "That's all we can do." 55. Nick, Abby, and Dana sat around the head picnic table, working by the light of the dining hall's grand fireplace. A faded wood-carved sign spanned the mighty stone chimney, "St. Gianna Girls' Camp, S. 1935. Framed in the floor-to-ceiling windows, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the lake and glittered across overturned canoes on the beach. "Hugh, I think that does it." Nick tossed a sketchbook on the table and stretched. The table was covered with crumpled paper, golf pencils, and 8 sketchbooks, each labeled at the top with a symbol and survival category. Airplane, transportation. Fork, food and water. House, shelter. Cross, health and medical. Shield, safety and defense. $, currency and assets. Phone, communication and continuity. Book, leisure and entertainment. The top page of each was saturated with lists, circles, arrows, diagrams, and hub-and-spoke mind maps. Dana skimmed down a 9th sketchbook titled Babies, with a little drawing of a smiling, swaddled baby. She looked up at Abby. "So, just to double-check, you sure you're okay with a home birth?" "Yeah, I mean, it's not like we can go to a hospital, right?" Abby shrugged. "As long as you're doing it, I'm good. I'll be there every step of the way." Dana placed a hand on Nick's shoulder. "And Nick will be my head nurse." Nick made an eek face. I'll stick with diaper duty, thank you." They laughed. A side door to the dining hall swung open and Zoe strode in, her arms filled with kindling. Brian stepped in behind her, his arms filled with chopped firewood. He closed the door with his heel and straightened. Zoe stared up at him, her eyes twinkling. "Brian Donahue," he said in a scratchy, witchy old lady voice. "Sit up and speak up, or kiss your recess goodbye." They burst out laughing. "Oh my God," Zoe said, "so accurate it's scary." They dropped the wood by the fireplace and plopped down at the table. "Hey guys, what's up?" Brian eyed the spread of sketchbooks. "Got our future all figured out." Dana snatched the safety and defense sketchbook. "Well, actually." The front door swung open, and Herman and Mikey shuffled in and stomped off mud. Cadillac trotted between them and headed for the fireplace. "We'll take a look tomorrow," Herman said to Mikey. "See if we can't get her up and running." They approached the table. We got 22 cabins, each with 12 beds, Herman said. 264 beds. Nick nodded. Not bad. Mikey gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Me and Cadillac are in cabin 8 next to the rope swing. Zoe, you're in cabin 9. He beamed at her. I love a good rope swing. She gave him a high five. Now, hold on. Herman put his fists on his hips. What makes you think this young lady wants to sleep right next to us? Let's give her some space. Next to me, Herman. Mikey put one hand on his hip and pointed toward the woods. You're in cabin 22, so we can't hear you snore. Everyone laughed and Mikey grinned as he looked from face to face, proud of his joke. Herman crossed his arms. Boy, what the, are you out of your mind? If you. Herman, please, I'm joking. Mikey made a calm-down gesture and rolled his eyes. Don't get bent out of shape. Bent outta, where, how in the... The kitchen double doors swung open, and Tracy and TJ strode out, each carrying a steaming tray. Dinner's up, Tracy said. Hot dog mac and cheese with a side of curry rice. Ooh, brings me back to summer camp. Dana rubbed her hands together. Just wait for dessert, TJ said. We've got enough marshmallows to feed a small army. Sounds delicious. Dana stood to help them serve, giving Nick a little pinch on her way past. Nick cleared the sketchbooks and pencils. 2 minutes later, everyone was seated, staring down at the steaming spread. Zoe, you want to say grace? Brian asked. Yes, please, Tracy said. Mikey stood and sauntered around to Zoe, inserted himself between her and Brian, and clasped their hands. Herman put a palm to his face and shook his head. Nick took hands with Dana and Abby. He closed his eyes. Thank you, Lord, for watching over us and keeping us safe. Thank you for blessing us with this food and shelter. And thank you for the new lives you're about to bring into our world. Zoe took a deep breath. Our hearts are with all the good people who are suffering, alone, afraid. Please watch over them and protect them in this time of darkness. Whatever tomorrow may bring, tonight we're grateful to have each other. Tonight we're a family. Amen. Nick squeezed both their hands. Everyone opened their eyes. Brian grinned and rubbed his hands. Let's eat. I'm stuffed. Brian rubbed his belly. Delicious. Zoe blew a chef's kiss. Who knew mac and cheese paired so well with curry rice? Dana said. TJ knew. Tracy sent him a sly wink. TJ returned a humble little bow. All credit goes to the Queen of Comfort. Tracy gave a grateful nod. They rested for a long moment, gazing into the crackling fire, basking in the soul-deep warmth that comes from feeling full, safe, and loved. Well, Nick scanned the group. Do you guys still want to? Yeah, let's do it, Abby said. Everyone murmured in support. Okay, Nick stood and nodded. Let's do it. He pulled out his red marker, uncapped it, and moved toward the big window overlooking the lake. Okay, so. Wait, son. Herman scrambled off the bench. Wait just 1 second. He hustled around a corner down a dark hallway. There was a squeaky rolling noise, and he emerged pushing a big whiteboard on wheels. Everyone laughed. Herman positioned it at the head of the table and gestured for Nick to proceed. Nick gave him a warm smile, put down the red permanent marker, and uncapped a green dry erase marker. Nick stepped to the board, took a deep breath, and turned to the group. Everyone gazed up at him. Okay, so, if we built a survival community here, how would we begin?